Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pro League Stadium number 0. I'm Lego Mage, that's AJ, and we're jumping right in to round 2 of our single best of ones double elimination bracket. Sorry about that. This is round 2 here. Lanimals versus Draft Criminals. And Draft Criminals is coming off a pretty big upset from round 1. If you don't know the rules of this tournament, I'll talk them quickly. Everyone picks a canon team, so it's canon team comps. One side bans one of the canon team comps, and the other side gets to pick the map. So blue side is Draft Criminals rocking Ember Monarchs, and Lanimals rocking the Clarion Corp squad. Though actually it looks like that is not right, because that's SSR, not Clarion Corp. They are playing on the map Clarion Corp, though. But you get the idea. Anyway, let's get into the game.
Well, I mean, we're getting into the game immediately with a 7-second point there. Ember Monarchs showing why they are the previous champions. Lore accurate right there. We just have to have Kai standing in front of the goal and the core going by to complete that. But pass down. Potat going for a weird dribble there. But ends up working out pretty darn well there. Captain trying to get the Asher Dash Punch out of there, but not going to quite land it. Juno jumping forward, though. Captain Cold intercepted by Barrage. Really nice from Patat there. Andy going up on the top side. The Rockets coming out. Unaka with a dribble up to the top with the X Maximus to send it through. And now the barriers are open on the side of SSR. And that's going to be the core going into the goal. Andy using the Luna disappointed there for just a second there. And, well, was pretty darn well executed there by the team Ember Monarchs.
Yeah, Ember Monarchs off to a strong showing here for sure. Rennequaid picking up that center orb, though. Get a bit of pressure going here on this third point for the SSR side. But real quickly, we'll talk about the Awakening drafts, because we are using a custom Awakening draft bot here. So certain items cannot appear together. Like, you can't have multiple Dash Awakenings show up in the starting Awakenings at the same time. Right, so this one rolled aerials and siege machines. So a little bit more variety on the starting awakenings, and certain starting ones like prize fighter are also banned. So just something to note when looking at these games. But right now, both sides opened up. SSR in a good spot at the moment. A lot of pressure going over onto that Ember Monarch side. Rennequaid a flip right here. Burnt bounce off the center. A nice pass to Captain Cold, who traps Patat with the Path Splitter. And that'll be SSR putting themselves on the board.
Yep. That was really nicely executed by Captain Cold, especially with that pass put on the bottom, like you mentioned. The barrage was attempted by Patat, but he was just not able to get there in time. And a blazing barrier off the start as well from the Blobo. Rennequaid putting in the work on that one. And another barrier on the other side, though, is the answer from the from the Draft Criminals, excuse me. But a kill flip comes out, a Luna ult comes out as well. And Lanimals are going to be looking to take the second barrier. Rennequaid jumping forward. Captain Cold trying to get it through, trying to get a kill onto Patat as well. Potentially gets a strike. Actually could have maybe gone for a goal, but did miss the angle up at the top. Trying to be a little bit stylistic with it. But in the end, Kai is still going to die, and a Blobo is going to be the one to score the goal there. Cold Ramen with high spirits. The Oni Bongos, I love to see them. Instantly going to be rooting for Draft Criminals just from the fact that they have the emote. Then again, on the other side, Captain Cold is using it too. So 2-1 on that one, but 2-2 on the points. Nice clear from Andy, though, gets it forward.
Bringing us to a 0.5 here in this first set. Unaka bringing down double barriers here as well. Pops the X Maximus. Cold Ramen keeping the core up, and a Bull Rush to finish it off. Ember Monarchs will close out set 1 here that they got off to such a strong start. As we head into the draft, the X will be the MVP, getting first pick here. A couple sparks showing up, extra special hot shot, fighter flight. Some potentially pretty nice pickups here. Looks like it will be a hot shot deny away from that Juno. Pretty solid pickup. That Happy Star, though, looking pretty tempting for some of these characters at the bottom end of this draft, though.
Yeah, I mean, the hot shot deny on X is very sad, but of course it's understandable. Juno is really strong, especially on CTC, just because of the variability and her ability to just throw a slime on basically any of the variants to just close off locations. But that does mean that extra special falls all the way to this Luna and the back end of it, and that might be exactly what SSR needs to go forward with this. Giga Blast actually sent it backwards there as well. The Luna ult, though, secures a barrier really nicely, and that's now basically a 20-second cooldown after that. Renekweid missing the jump strike, unfortunately. Captain Cold going around. The Slime, though, nicely placed by Renekweid to take the second barrier there. The rocket comes out, so does the Maelstrom. One barrier going down now, but the second one still standing for now. Giga Blast gets it forward, but Rocket gets it the other way. Andy trying to keep this barrier alive and doing a pretty darn good job with the ultimate as well to secure it. The extra range from the aerials pickup is really nice for just being able to cast that ultimate from the back line.
Cold Ramen doing a pretty good job at that point of playing the midfield, playing around those Mag Souls and keeping the core up, but we actually saw right there Captain Cold made use of that extra little speed on the spark of speed that he picked up, as well as just getting some extra hits from the slick kicks to beat out Cold Ramen in a foot race right when it mattered the most to be able to get ahead, land the strike on the core, and get it to where it needed to be. So movement speed, foot speed, definitely the name of the game, especially when everyone's rocking a certain pair of shoes in this game right now. And that midfield line is just going to be something to keep your eye on.
Yeah, that it is, especially when you have things like the orb spawning in the middle. It's actually going to be the X to secure that with the Bell Ringer, even in the face of the Luna ult. May have also been a strike on the X's part, but that's going to be a very large X, but no barrier taken just yet. Nice defense from Andy with the rocket as well. Captain Cold trying to get a kill, but it's going to be the kill foot from Yunaka. Andy whiffs the dash. Unfortunately, Yunaka sends it down to the bottom where the core flip from Andy is not enough to get the clear. Yunaka puts it up to the top, just a little bit too big to get around.
Yeah, Yunaka taking up a lot of space in that goal box, playing aggressive. Almost keeping Ember Monarchs on the front foot for most of this match here. A lot of damage, though, onto Cold Ramen to start off this point. Has a flip available. Is going to have to back up. Luckily, though, Patat able to rotate really quickly up with those Aerials Mom Boots and just keep the pressure on. They pull out both barriers on that. And now a core flip coming out from Cold Ramen does get blocked by Renekweid, but trying to get it up the field eventually. Renekweid doing a good job, though, holding down the midfield line, but Yunaka just waiting in this goal box to receive the core. As SSR slowly working their way. They will get the barriers here. Captain Cold now trying to... Finally, Yunaka having to come back to make something happen. And Andy, oh, tragedy. The boost hitting the wall and out of position. Ember Monarchs be an easy point for them.
Yep, the downside to those Mom Boots on the Luna... Really nice for staying up. You don't have any time limit as far as the eject button goes, but that also means that you cannot recover if something like that happens. And unfortunately for Andy, that does mean that a goal is scored there. And another 2-1 lead here for the Ember Monarchs. Captain Cold in the bottom of the pass, but the Slime as well from Renekweid is nicely positioned, but the barrage is enough to get it through. An ult as well. Rain and Blobos from the sky. Barriers, though, go down. Nice strike control there from Captain Cold and Renekweid to keep the core locked in the corner there. Rocket from Luna actually hits and forces out the core flip from Potat there. A little bit of a misclear. Tried to go for a sword angle, but hit a little too far back. Yunaka getting a barrier with the help from the Bewitching Beam from Cold Ramen. Sits down to the bottom of the core flip. Forced out from Renekweid, but it perfectly parried by Yunaka.
And a core flip to finish it off. Ember Monarchs so far running away with this one. Cold Ramen the MVP this time. See that ad rush show up. Spec training. Only one spark this go around, but peak performance always a valuable pickup here. And for this era, a couple creations available here as well. Will be the Monumentalist pickup. Good takeaway from the Juno, who ends up picking the ad rush as a deny away from the X, but they're going to get spec training regardless. Peak performance here on the Luna. Twin drive for Patat. Another spark here for Captain Cold. Cooldown plus speed is pretty nice, but Ember Monarchs coming out with quite a haul of Awakenings that draft for sure, and it looks like they might just be closing this one out.
Yeah, a lot more burst coming out of the side of Ember Monarchs, buffing up the ultimates, but a lot more consistency from the side of SSR, so if they can drag the points out a little bit more, can really make a lot of use out of that. Renekweid taking a lot of damage, though. One barrier going down. Potat, though, taking a lot of damage as well, but baiting out the dash from Asher there. And that's going to be Juno, almost said Juliet, but Juno going off the field there. Captain Cold getting a pass up to Yunaka with a bull rush as well, getting so much damage on Andy, but a nice dodge out of the Bell Ringer radius there is going to mean that he stays alive for now. Yunaka just opting to tank the Crater Maker to the face to save the core flip. Pretty good choice because he's still alive right now with a core flip to boot, but that's going to be the barrier going down. Captain Cold finding a really nice angle just the bottom of Potat. And the Slime's almost getting the goal, but not enough. Barrage gets it forward as well. Yunaka playing a little bit of ex-goalie there with a let me defend, but unfortunately, Renequade jumps all the way forward, and Strike Wars Cold Ramen for a goal.
And SSR starting off strong here in the face of evil. Slight energy advantage here for Ember Monarchs on the Atlas variant now, and looks like Yakuna taking big damage from Andy. Just the entire kit. He's getting face tanked on this X. Does have a flip available, but might have to use it or lose it here if they can't recover the stamina. Nice double with the X Maximus. And that's going to be an open goal on the side of SSR. Patat pushing up with the speed. The Bellringer coming out. The barrage almost finds it, but Captain Cold making the save just in time. Now Patat once again becoming a forward, while Yunaka falling back to recover here. Burns the flip. A pass up to Patat. Dribble off the center. Looking for the strike orb. A core flip from Andy. Sends it right back across. Now a core flip here from Captain Cold. Blocked by the barrage from Patat, who made it all the way back there just in time. The twin drive putting in overtime. Trying to get the core now back off of their side of the field. But Captain Cold finding a pick on the top end. 2v3 here. And a core flip, though, from Patat to sink it in. Ember Monarchs making the boast of being short-handed. Be able to tie up the game, or rather tie up the set, try and take a lead in the game.
Yep, but that is so much damage. Andy pulling out the combo he does love to do on that one. But a nice defense there from Potat actually keeps the barrier alive. I thought for sure it was going to be locked down there. But Yunaka is going to stay alive. The barrier is going to stay alive. And Ember Monarchs, they like that a lot. The Witching Beam doesn't quite find the angle that he's looking for off of the bounce pad there. But Potat going for a bit of a dribble with the barrage there. Yunaka taking so much knockback, but is going to be alive. Not too much damage off of that one. But Monumentalist era, pretty good with that Maelstrom. And that is going to be both the barriers going down. Ember Monarchs have the opportunity to score here. Nice use of the bouncing pads to just get so much more forward pressure. But Renequade trying to lock it in the corner, but Yunaka... Perfect bounce off the top there. Andy went forward, as you basically have to do on the goalie to contest it, but just went completely around him. Really nicely executed.
And Ember Monarchs on game point here, looking to move on to round 3. And SSR fighting for their lives. Yunaka bull rushing in, getting some damage onto Captain Cold there. Eating up all the orbs as well. Captain Cold able to bring down the first barrier here. Andy not letting the core slip past. Core flip here from Renequade. He's going to get blocked. Patat now boosting up the field. Picks off the first barrier with that blazing pace. Now Yunaka in the top corner, having to fight through a couple creations to try and hold on to the core, but they managed to for a bit. Jumping in now, it's Renequade on the offense. The Crater Maker coming in, gets it past Cold Ramen. That's an open goal on the Ember Monarch side. Captain Cold up to Yunaka, dribbling up the field. They bait out Andy's flip. Core flip here from Yunaka with the X Maximus. That opens up the goal, and the core coming right back to him. Captain Cold, though, in the midfield, trying desperately to keep his core away from this X. They're bringing it down to the corner now. Cold Ramen in the invisibility lane brings it up to the top side. Andy able to get there first and try and get it to Captain Cold. We head into overtime. A bounce all the way around the world, though, and Yunaka just looking for the Strike War setup. Will be able to find it. And that will be game. Ember Monarchs and Draft Criminals taking that one.
Yeah, a really quick game here. The Draft Criminals getting away with more criminal activities there. I mean, off of the upset, they're feeling pretty strong on this one. Looking to just soar right through to the end of the competition. Overall, that was a 13-minute game, effectively. Not as many KOs, especially for a game that, has a Luna and an Era X in it. Only 6 KOs total, 3 on each team. Nice even split. But just overall dominance, even though the stats overall, aside from the goals, seem fairly even, just a lot more effective use of the abilities in the end from the side of Draft Criminals.
Yeah, and with that, Draft Criminals moving on to round 3 here. We'll be throwing it to a quick break while we wait for the other games to finish up and we look at this matchup. So stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
And take us in.
Yeah. All right,
Hello,
welcome
everyone,
back to...
and welcome to the Alien Brigade Against Bureaucracy versus the Fishin' Fishers. It's going to be a bit of a fun match here. We, once again, though, have the Ember Monarchs, but this time facing down against Clarion Corp on Atlas's lab. So they hijacked his territory, as Clarion Corp is wanting to do. You know, when you have enough money, everywhere is yours. Just, you know, rent it out from Atlas for a day, make fun of the black hole in the middle, and, you know, steal it for your own lab in a little bit. But that's going to be a barrier on each side. Almost 2 there with Eternal, but a lot of HP traded for it.
Yeah, two very interesting teams here. Pretty notable players on both sides, so it's going to be a fun one for sure. Now both barriers down on the Ember Monarch side, as well as the midfielder, or sorry, the forward, or not the forward. You know what I'm saying? The goalie, the important one. And a quick point there for the Clarion Corp. But look at these starting awakenings real quick, as well as a heavy impact glass cannon start. Bam, Cardbox and this, I don't know, name off guy are running the heavy impacts, and everyone else going for the glass cannon here. So a lot of potential big hits coming out in this one for sure. We see energy getting built up here in the second point. 1 barrier remaining for the Ember Monarchs. It was going to fall right here. Now 2 flips available for this forward duo. Core flip into Pendulum will be blocked by Dr. Bebop. Quite the save. And now Cardbox's turn to make something happen. Not quite close enough on that now secondary. And they'll lose a barrier on the return, but Moffat looking to give him another chance. A core flip used for a KO there. Another power play for the Clarion Corp side. Gonna be a trade though. Now it's 2v2, but Cardbox able to beat Dr. Bebop in the 1v1 top side, and Clarion Corp now on set point.
And as you can see in the chat there, Rasmus is drop Leto, so we're going to call him a noob real quick. Noob Leto for name off. But we do have a lot of damage on Bam there. Almost dead, but dodges out of the way of the pendulum swing just in time. Cardbox with the secondary, keeping the core in the corner, keeping the play alive, getting a second barrier as well. The arrow almost getting the goal. Moffat Curry as well, playing super far up. The Death Touch, nice strike from Cardbox, though weaves it right between Bebop and Eternal for a 17-second point, and the set already being over. Some short ones today as the teams are just locking in.
Yeah, 3 matches so far. Been pretty quick, and, you know, especially in best of ones. Expect that to be a trend that will continue. Spark of Leadership showing up, as well as some fun killing awakenings, but it will be stacks on stacks for Cardbox here. Team player picked up by Dr. Bebop. A really good pickup there for the goalie. Perhaps even potentially game-changing. We'll have to see. Will be the size maxing for the X and Super Surge for Eternal. Pretty solid drafts from both sides. A lot of characters here getting things that they like. Hoping that this Ember Monarchs draft will be enough to tip the scales, and I think it very well could be. Some pretty influential awakenings getting picked up there, and we'll see how they fare here in set 2.
Yeah, I mean, especially team player on the goalie is nice, but one of the things I'm surprised about is the lack of the adrenaline rush pickup there from from so many KOs in set 1. Not picking up seems a bit surprising, but here we go, another 2 barriers, almost the goal. Nice defense there from Bebop, a lot of trust to send it up to Eternal there, and Moffat Curry as well able to keep the barriers alive, not even losing 1 just yet, but Bam is going to take 1. Bebop on the backside is going to keep the core from going and keep the play alive. Bam fighting for his life, and unfortunately going to lose it in the end. We have the strike core won by Cardbox, but it was just a setup. Bebop again with the last second on the line saves, able to do so much off of that. Bebop with a nice angle on the black hole would have absolutely gone for the barrier, but it was a nice crooked leverage there from Moffat Curry. And the pendulum swing from Drop Leto gets the kill. Eternal playing up with the core flip, countering the Death Touch, but that's gonna be Drop Leto finding 2 people on the line with the pendulum swing. Ember Monarchs getting caught lacking on that one. It's difficult because you want to stand back so you can actually get the defense, but it also just makes it so much easier for the kills with that heavy impact.
Yeah, big damage there on Eternal, popping the black hole, and Drop Leto taking advantage. We'll pick up a quick KO there and just continue this onslaught from the Clarion Corp side so far. Keeping the pressure up, though. We do have a flip available from Dropletto. Going to burn it here right on the barrier, and that's going to open up the goal. Now, Bam staggered. Another KO from Dropletto. Just keeping on the pressure. Nice save here from Dr. Bebop, but this Ember Monarchs team on their last feet at the moment. They will get the core out to buy some time for the forward to respawn, but will it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that they have going for them, though, is X does scale, so maybe they're just playing for the long haul, but it's gonna be not that long if Cardbox has anything to say about it, with that nice arrow to just intercept things. Got the Naughty List emote as well there. Ready to lock in and just take the 3rd point here. We're going to see how the start of this play with secondary with the strike up to the top. Dropletto with the pendulum swing. Not actually going to hit. Muffin Curry on the defense, though, not even losing a single barrier for so many points. Has really just been so good on the defense, but there's not even that much defense because of just how prevalent and oppressive the offense from Clarion Corp has been in this game. But finally, they lose a barrier. Eternal running in this corner, trying to get things done. Bebop as well running to the bottom. They're stacked on top of each other. Coreflip comes out, gets the almost double nice defense there from Eternal. Does mean the barrier is still standing. It's a 1-to-1 right now. Bam with the dribble off the bell ringer, but that's going to be the kill on Takai. The Maelstrom almost answering back against the now, but the Witching Beam is going to get a clear temporarily, but only for so long. The core flip forced out, parried by the now, gets a barrier, and that is going to be the secondary. The strike warded away by Bam and Bebop on that defensive line. No death just yet on there, but the Giga gets it forward. They're trying to get around the now. They do succeed in it. The Death Touch, so much damage on Bam as well from the Black Hole, and that is now just the go sign to just take out this X and start a power play, but it's not even going to matter. Dropletto going to the bottom with the core, going to pick up the goal without even using the core flip. 4 style points there, taking another set in very quick fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of a dominant game here from this Clarion Corp side, and now seeing some size show up, some creations here as well as some fun Rasmus Awakenings. That spec training going over to Dropletto might be the nail in the coffin. This guy getting quite a few KOs that last set for sure. Cast last year for Dr. Bebop. Don't know how much work that's going to be able to put in, but it certainly is something. As we see Moffin picking up that demolition. It's good deny away from the X, who's left with not much, but orb rep there. Really solid draft here from this Clarion Corp side, and we'll see if they can just continue to carry this. It's really their game to throw at this point. We'll see if they can close it out.
Well, I mean, you talk about throwing Bam and Eternal on the bottom side, getting a really nice connection there onto now, and off with a 1 kill, Bam shoots up from level 3 to level 5.5. Instantly back in the game off of that one. Bull Rush comes out, and we might have the opportunity to see X scaling off of this one. Maelstrom puts it up, but Dropletto is in the way for now. Muffin Curry is able to get the defense. The strike through with the barrage as well. So much pressure all of a sudden onto this Kazan, and the Bebop bounce is coming out.
Yep. Now, will be a point, though, for the Ember Monarch side. We've seen crazier comebacks and crazier situations at higher level games, but, I mean, there's Dropletto, that spec trading across the map from downtown. And with the Happy Star, that hook's going to be right back up in just a few seconds as well. Bam's pretty low here. This might be a 2-for-1. Look at it. Look at this Dropletto guy. He's just absolutely shameless. Running all the way back to fight him. And we'll be able to pick up the KO. Cardbox getting bounced around quite a bit, but this Ember Monarch side is not going to be able to find the finishing move for sure, and the pressure now mounting offensively. Eternal barely able to survive, getting knocked in their own goal box. But Bam does come back online, and they're still struggling to bring down this final barrier. Clarion Corp not as proficient as the core here. Moffin looking for the Sad Boys angle there. Doesn't quite find it with the flip, and it will be an open side for this Clarion Corp team. Core flip here from Dropletto, gets it past Eternal, who will go down as well. So we head into overtime. Core flip here from Dr. Bebop. A straight shot to buy some time, but he rotates back around to Cardbox. Dropletto is set up, but it's a Sad Boys angle. Successfully that time. And now Bam just dribbling to buy time, and Eternal now back online. Good teamwork and time stalling from this Ember Monarchs team. Core flip burnt here by Cardbox, and that's going to be Bam taking big advantage with a shot to the bottom. Oh, now Ember Monarchs, they're on set point here. They're looking to potentially make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little worried for a second with Kai respawning and instantly getting chunked for almost his entire health bar, but stayed alive, stayed in the point, and ooh, the Black Hole, though, nice hook play there. The Death Touch coming out from Dropletto, the secondary as well from now, that proximity drone. coming out and doing so much damage, but a nice goalie orb is going to put him back up in fine shape for another few seconds until Dropletto gets his cooldown. So that's going to be the ult kill flip there from Bam. Nice find there. Almost dies from the arrow, but doesn't know his limits on that one. Moffin keeping this last barrier alive for now. The bull rush backwards from Bam. Black hole dribble from the Dropletto there is able to buy a little bit more time. The Witching Beam to the bottom. The barrier comes out with the barrage. Not quite, but it is going to be the barrier going down in the end. Anyways, the Giga Blast comes out. The pass intercepted by Dropletto and Cardbox are trying to get a setup for this final barrier, but so far they're not being allowed to do so. The Bull Rush, not a perfect connection with the core either. Bebop bouncing up across the top there. Nice dribble from Bam, sends up to the top, but the crooked leverage from Moffin was impeccable, but in the end it's going to be the X Maximus to take it, and X is scaling.
X is scaling here. Clarion Corp cannot let this go to a set 5. If they want to not have this be more difficult than it needs to be, bulk up on the board. A couple creations as well as peak performance. No crazy stagger awakenings have already been picked up by Bam, but they will go for the bulk up. Pretty solid awakening there. Peak performance going to go over to Moffin as well. Monumentalist here for Cardbox on the now. Looking to be a pretty good now build. The rest of this other side, debating on what to pick up, they'll go with the hot shots on Kai. And Stinger, actually, on the Era, as a deny away from Dropletto, who gets the explosive entrance instead. Was that worth it? We'll have to find out, I guess. I mean, they have been having problems with Dropletto. Oh my gosh. I mean, that was a crime. Okay, it's just Dr. Bebop left. The forwards died instantaneously. The goal's open, and they're setting up. They're praying for a miracle here for Dr. Bebop to defend this, but on Era, yeah, it's pretty much not going to happen. So, quick point to Clarion Corp.
Very quick point coming in at 16 seconds on that one. But the thing I'm still surprised about, I mean, yeah, the extra special was nice, but I can only imagine if Dropletto had picked up that ad rush, how different this game could be. Just instantly resetting off of that double kill would have been insane with the speed as well, not to mention. But that's going to be another kill picked up with the pendulum swing. He has been finding these the entire game. Maybe he just thought it would be unfair if he picked up the ad rush, so he decided to give the enemy team a chance. But he's still not really even giving him a chance on that. The pendulum swing again, the death touch with the strike, not going to find the connection. Cardbox up to Rasmus, but Bebop on the intercept on that one. It's going to be another kill, this time onto Kai, found on the goal line. The whip lash comes out, and the strike in the end. Moffin Curry playing all the way up outside of the enemy team's goal box in order to secure this, and that is now 2 points in the span of a minute secured by Clarion Corp / the Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy.
Up here from Cardbox, trying to run away just to survive, but Bam able to pick up the KO regardless. Now it's the power play for the Ember Monarchs. There's one barrier going down. They're looking for a second one, but Moffin with the flip will be able to get it all the way out as Cardbox respawns and now is looking to press some offense of their own. Dropletto getting big damage onto Bam here, looking to contest this orb, but Bam able to pick it up, and that brings the core flip online as well. A bull rush through, but very low on Staggered, has to burn the flip now or never, gets the barrier, but will die for it. And now Eternal, almost with a core flip of their own. Dr. Bebop pushing up here, quite a bit of energy as well. Trying to stall out this power play. Nowhere to send it, though. The core is just going to end up floating into that barrier. Eternal getting thrown around by Moffin in the black hole, gets KO'd. Another power play for Clarion Corp. Damn it, Dr. Bebop forced to stall for as long as possible. But Moffin to pass up to Cardbox, and that's going to be a shot to the bottom. And that will be game for the Clarion Corp side.
Clarion Corp, the rich getting richer, getting so many solid awakenings on that one, just denying so much as well. The X not really getting any size after the Might of the Colossus pickup. Just bad turning to worse, and Abab able to secure a really good game there. 14 minutes, 27 seconds on that one. And again, well played to the side of Abab. I mean, not to say that the Fish and Fishers didn't try their best and they didn't try to actually get things done. They had a lot of great moments, but they just could. The oppressive forward pressure that Cardbox and Dropletto were able to just overwhelm them with the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a pretty stacked roster over on that side. You got Moffin, Cardbox, and Dropletto. Some pretty solid players there, but Yeah, real good game for sure, and they'll be looking to move on to the next round. But in the meantime, we'll be throwing it to a quick break. We'll wait for the other teams to finish up, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the winners side finals between the team we just saw. But well, I can't see because I got the name off spectator glitch, but it's Ember Monarchs versus Clarion Corp regardless on a glass cannon peak performance start. So a lot of running around going to be happening in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fast game. And Ember Monarchs and Clarion, we saw this matchup last game. It seems to be very popular picks this tournament. I've seen Clarion twice so far and Monarchs 3 times, and all those games are on stream, so Monarchs is very popular.
Yeah, I mean, you have goalie Kai plus one of the better forward duos in the game set up for you, so it's it's pretty understandable as to why this is going. Of course, the Clarion has 3 very strong characters as well. They're also pretty flexible in who can be in what position, but of course you have Moff and Koi in the pool. He's going to be able to rock that Kazan goalie like pretty much no one else. So you get the now Rasmus forward duo, which is just extremely strong, especially considering the team with Dropletto and Cardbox that's piloting it. So it's working out really heavily in the favor of this Dropletto team at the moment. But we'll see if Soren and the Fool can get this one done and dethrone the Giants right now.
Looks like Name Chaotic is doing a little bit of Oki on Moffin here. Really giving him a hard time with his X. But, you know, it's really a battle of size. Sometimes playing X into Kazan can feel real bad because his hitboxes get really big. But if you kill him, you don't have to worry about that. But it seems that they are stabilizing. Core is moving pretty fast now into the overtime. We got X doing his rotational move and trying to get in there with Soren. And they're just having a little bit of a struggle confirming the score.
Well, with a core flip up now, boosting up, blazing pace. Core flip here, shot on net's going to be blocked by Muffin, and now Dropletto looking to take over, pushing back up the field. A nice Giga Blast, but box card back on the field to be able to send it right back up, and Dropletto able to drop that second barrier. NATO set up from Soren to send it back up the field, but the defense working their way, trying to get it around Name Chaotic, who's currently got possession of the core. Dropletto coming in to intercept that pass, but another pass down to Soren here. A pass back up to Name Chaotic from the Bull Rush does not make contact. They're going to go to the bottom corner. It will be Soren with the beam, but actually Name Chaotic's going to get the credit for that one. The teamwork of the classic X era to get it done and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, this is great. You love to see it get 1-1. Atlas Lab is a pretty brutal map, so you know you gotta watch out for a black hole at all times. And the Fool's just pushing up, you know, around the black hole, you know, covering a lot of the angles there. Core flip coming out, trying to keep this corner pressure strong, which is one of X's stronger moves, especially with air on the support. The Fool just absolutely dancing around the battlefield, making it hard for this forward to pass to each other, and you know that's not what you want to be doing when you're the forward. So, see Name Chaotic get possession again, pushing back up, doing some damage onto now with a small health pool. One thing to think about is usually if the forward duo was now Kazan, they'd have a lower health pool. But they don't have to worry about the 2 forwards having the same lower health pool. So as long as Name Chaotic can get this core, he won't even have to worry about KOing them too much.
One barrier up for the Ember Monarch side, and NATO set up in the top as we head into overtime. Now blazing pace up the field into Barrage. Doesn't even need to flip for it. The Fool able to dunk that one in right through the defensive lines of Clarion Corp. And I'll bring the Ember Monarchs up to set point 2-1 now. They still have the flip on the goalie. A pretty sizable energy advantage here as they look to bring home set 1.
Yeah, this set 1 is fastly turning over to the side of the Ember Monarchs right now. Clarion Corp's trying their best, but the absolute pressure is... It may be too much pressure there because they lost possession, lost their barriers, but that tends to happen on Atlas Lab. But once you lock it in that corner, it's usually hard to get it out. So they'll probably try to clean this up real quick. Very good patience from Name Chaotic. Trying to keep it from finding an opening, but they will find that opening again in the same corner as they try to progress this game. We see core flip in the net, doesn't have to burn it. Very nice. You always want to hold on to that. Moffin being pressured once again, but even with that health pool, it is harder to Oki a goalie when they're in their goal box, so the damage is reduced.
Flip about to be up for Name Chaotic here. Is available as Blazing Pace up from the Fool right as we head into overtime. But right now we got some solid offense from Clarion Corp, though. We'll just get sent back around. Core flip from Name Chaotic brings down that second barrier. And Dropletto getting pretty staggered. Gonna get healed up here, but the Fool dashing up. The Bull Rush coming in is gonna get blocked against the X-Maximus. Soren keeping possession of the core, looking for a pass up. Dropletto able to intercept with the pendulum swing, bringing it up to the top corner, but no one there to connect. Now Moffin trying to send it in, avoids the Giga Blast, just barely in time, but a core flip available here from Soren, looking for the burn, looking for an angle, doesn't have one, and Dropletto just going to send it right back around the world. A bit of black hole shenaniganery, going to send it all the way back here, looking for the hook set up, but Name Chaotic able to get there in time, receiving the pass, though, Dropletto with the core flip, sends it right through Soren, and Clarion Corp tie it up on set point.
Yeah, that was a very, very tough place for the Fool and Soren to be. Two core flips right on their doorstep, and you know, Dropletto, he got exactly what he wanted out of that, and to the demise of Ember Monarchs, and they're trying to get in there. This point is really going to be very, very important for this scaling team of Era X Sky, and this might be their chance to get that first tasty pick of Awakenings, and it is. Ember Monarchs taking the first set. The Monarchs locking it in.
Monarchs bringing it back right at the end there when all things matter most, and they'll get the first pick here. Happy Star on the board. We see the first spark showing up as well, and looks like the Fool will be going for that early spark investment. Does have the glass cannon to complement it early on. A lot of scaling potential with that one, which is exactly what you want to do with this Ember Monarchs team comp. Heavy Impact's going over the now. Recovery drone here for Soren to stay alive and deny some size against the Rasmus, who does get Might of the Colossus regardless, but extra special on the X. Always nice to have. And 1-2 punch here for Moffin. He's going to be pretty nice on this Kazan, but Ember Monarchs, I think, ultimately coming out with a pretty solid draft here, and we'll see if they can make it look good in set 2.
Oh yeah, I think they got some great awakenings here. I think the 1-2 punch on the Kazan, usually when they're on the forward roll, you have to worry about getting damage dumped, and that could still definitely happen when they're on the goalie. But I'm more concerned about the railgun pressure from the pauldrons plus 1-2 punch is going to be a lot of red coring come out of that Kazan, and when you're X, the last thing you want to be doing is having to walk back a bunch. So, you need that forward pressure in order to end the game in your team's favor.
A lot of damage here onto the Fool. We'll be able to avoid this hook, and looks like should be fine to stay alive. Now Name Chaotic, about a strike away from earning a flip here, just waiting around with the core. Does earn the flip, looks for the barrier, picks it up. Soren earns this as well. They got the goal open, and that's really what matters. Now Dropletto looks to fight back and bring down the second barrier potentially. Getting backed up by the midfielder, but the core just sinking back in. And there's that red core coming online with that 1-2 punch Kazan here in overtime. Pass up to Cardbox, brings down the core, the barrier. Core flip, doesn't find much on the goal gate. X-Maximus getting popped here, slows down Cardbox. Looking for a pass up to Dropletto, doesn't find it there. Might have another opportunity. Over to Cardbox. The Bellringer sends it backwards for just a sec, but they recover pretty quickly. 2 flips available on the side of Clarion Corp, but the core speed coming in big. Bounce off the wall, and Dropletto is able to set up a shot to the bottom after the barrage comes out, and Clarion Corp take the first point.
Yeah, that is going to be an absolute nightmare for them every time they go into that overtime with that Kazan on the 1-2 punch. It's going to be red, red, red every time. So Ember Monarch's best plan is to really run this fast and precise and just make every interaction count in this matchup. Especially when Clarion Corp also has a lot of pressure from their teams. They have mobility on every character out the wazoo and damage if they need it. As you can see, Kazan now might just be enough damage to take down the goalie of Ember Monarchs. Kai. It really looks like if there was a canon, comp down to the roles being played by the players, it is Ember Monarchs in this matchup.
For sure. And now Soren with the NATO sends it in. Unlucky bounces there, though. The barrier will not go down. And now a flip available on this era. Bellringer to dribble, but it's a sad boys angle. Real unfortunate. Burnt the flip as well. Now Ember Monarchs losing some momentum off of this play. It's now Cardbox with the flip available. Clarion Corp trying to work their way up the field. Having some trouble getting it past this midfield line, though. The Red Corps from Kazan should be able to do it. Dribbling up the field into the flip of the barrage from the Fool. Able to shut that one down. Dropletto up to Cardbox in the corner, but the Fool able to get there just in time to block that angle. Now it's Ember Monarchs trying to get it off their side of the field here. Pass up to X. The X Maximus brings down that second barrier. Now dribbling, looking for the Bull Rush. The Pendulum Swing, though, shuts that play down. Looking for the Bell Ringer, doesn't find it. It's rotated back around. Cardbox trying to find the shot, but the angle is no good off the secondary. Now dribbling once again, his name Chaotic finds the top corner just in time before Cardbox could teleport back. And this game, so far, pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, this is one of the closest games we've seen in the night, and it really is very entertaining to watch these two Cannon teams duke it out here in the Pro League Stadium. I am very impressed with what I'm seeing tonight. These are some all-star names. You've probably seen them in NASA, and even NAST. So we've got a lot of how would I say this? A lot of well-known home recognizable names, and they are making these Cannon teams really look like something you might see if it was an anime. I mean, that was an anime moment by the Fool, 1v3.
I mean, the fact that Moffin actually almost saved that was kind of crazy, but unfortunately the Fool was able to strike it in. But yeah, moving up, just blazing pace, using that speed, and becoming the guy who's always meant to be. And now one barrier for one barrier here. Ember Monarchs on set points. Trying to take this set and close it out. Lucky Sad Boys angle there on the Ember Monarch side. See if Cardbox and Dropletto are able to keep the momentum up. Magical Maelstrom coming out. Dropletto getting pretty beat up. Has to look for this midfield orb. It should be fine now, but the energy getting built up all across both these midfielders. Soren boosting up with a speed boost. Core flip here doesn't have much between the two defenders. That just gets deflected away. Back to Cardbox, so it now has the flip available. Dropletto getting pretty beat up. And Chaotic looking for the KO. Doesn't quite find it here. Dropletto barely surviving out of range of that X Maximus. They do bring down the barrier, though, while that's going on. And finally, Named Chaotic able to pick up that KO. Start the power play here for Ember Monarchs. Cardbox doing a good job buying time, though. Keeping the core on Ember Monarch's side of the field. The Magical Maelstrom coming in, and that's going to be the barrier gone. Core flip from Named Chaotic. Blocked by the top spin. And Dropletto's back online. Pass down Dropletto. Back up to Cardbox. They're looking to pressure this. The hook comes out, but the Fool able to make the save and get it back around to Named Chaotic, who pops the X Maximus, but ends up with nothing. Soren looking to give him another chance, but rotated around by Moffin. Looking for the setup here. Dropletto looking to play in the corner. Named Chaotic coming back to the midfield line to help the defense. Keeping things pretty neutral for the time being. Dropletto with the dribble. The Giga Blast comes in. Doesn't find the deflection that he's looking for, though. Gets back around to Moffin, and now Cardbox up to Dropletto with the Whiplash. Not close enough to find the hit. Just back around to Moffin, able to dribble it away from Named Chaotic, who is going to struggle against this open net Kazan as X. I can tell you that much. That's why we're seeing these points go on so long. But finally, with some help from the Fool. Big blazing pace to get up there and help Named Chaotic out. They'll find the bottom of the net. And Ember Monarchs takes that too.
Wow, this is looking like a real revenge for the Ember Monarchs if you were to compare it to last game with the Clarion Corp. This is a real heater. Mastery of this eject button from the Kai. It looks so clean and smooth, and the core is always going to where they want to be, and they're pushing it to the eject button, moving to where the core is. You know, even on open net, sometimes it can feel risky, but not the Fool. The Fool is no fool when they do that. They are knowing exactly what they're doing. We're getting cooldown on the Fool. That's going to be huge. Speed for X. Spark of Leadership on Kazan. Not the greatest awakening when you don't have any yet, but they had to really just, try to get any type of advantage here. And the Super Surge speed on the Rasmus might help it, but not if he gets taken out. The double barrier already, it is looking rather grim. This is a team that scales really hard. Even if they were to lose a set, they would just get more awakenings. And I think, you know, Clarion Corp really needs to lock in, or they're not going to be able to win this game.
Yeah, it's not looking particularly great for them at the moment, especially now you have this double spark Kai to deal with, who's had such an impact on this game already. What a save from Moffin here, though, but it won't matter. The X Maximus getting popped, and that's the thing as well. We're just going to see it get popped immediately again with that extra special. But you got so much speed now on this team with the stacks on X, with the peak performance, and with the era boosts that are coming out. It's going to be really hard to navigate. That was the one thing that Clarion Corp had kind of before this, was they were able to rotate it around Name Chaotic pretty efficiently, and Moffin was able to keep it out of his hands for as long as possible. But that's really falling apart now, especially with the way the Fool has started playing, just running up and becoming a third forward. Moffin literally getting dunked into his own goal net there, and now Ember Monarchs on game point.
Yeah, this has really just become a real nail biter if you're on Clarion Corp. This X is going insane. They're all going insane. They're all in. This team is all in all the time now. They've just, the best defense might be the best offense. And I spoke too soon, but he clears it, proving that Ember Monarchs is a team that can offer defense and offense all in one swoop. I don't know what just happened there myself. Is the correct response, and I don't know. Was that charity? Was that a mistake? Who knows?
I can think that Soren thought he was gonna ricochet it off the gate, so it would miss like both barriers, like bouncing it off the wall.
Yeah.
But it was a bad angle. That's my only explanation for that. It's just a bad angle. But I mean, it results in Clarion Corp stealing that point, and you gotta hope that Ember Monarchs don't throw this set off of that, because that would be pretty tragic.
That would. This is their game to win, and it could
absolutely
become their game to lose.
Yeah, well, they've got 2 flips available here, so they should still be fine. The Fool taking it seriously, push it up, and just burning that flip for the barrier. They do lose one on the return, but they're looking to get that momentum back. X moving at Mach speed. Pops the X Maximus. I slam dunk, and Ember Monarchs, they'll be going to Grands.
Anime moment. If you've ever seen the intro to Omega Strikers, everybody knows Ember Monarch's a big threat. What we just saw, that's why they're in that intro, being the big threat. That was impressive gameplay by the Monarchs playing Ember Monarchs. The team that chose their favorite canon team's name is, they're making it look like they're them.
Yeah, pretty dominant Ember Monarchs team there, but we'll be seeing them in grand finals. This Clarion Corp team will be having to battle their way out of the losers bracket, but we'll have some more matches coming up. I think we'll be dropping over to the diamond bracket in a bit to see the grand finals over there. But we throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, more Omega Strikers.
See you soon.
Alright, hello everybody. It is me, Psykeen, joined by Master X Malachi here for the Pro League Stadium number 0. We are getting ready to get into this Diamond Bracket Losers Final match. It's going to be Law Creatura versus Lumen Horde. How you feeling about this one so far, Malachi?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's going to be very, very hot game. Emphasis on hot because it's hot shot explosive entrance start. Bite breakers being eliminated from the playable pool immediately. We've seen a lot of that tonight, and not surprising, especially on a explosive entrance hot shot start. Zentaro and Aimi being menaces with explosive entrance, and hot shot probably being pretty decent on a Finny Goldie. So, or they can play these characters however they wish, but that's how I would see it going. Very smart of them to remove bite breakers here. Yeah, we're just waiting to see what they pick for their teams after they got the server they wanted.
It's going to be quite exciting, right? So it looks like
La Creatura locking in the Frostfire.
Hell yeah.
And then let's see what Lumen Horde follows up with. Frostfire, pretty reliable team. I think a lot of the Diamonds teams were rocking Frostfire from what I was looking at in the chats. So I think Frostfire is very, very popular in the lower bracket here. So it'd be nice to see two teams, not one of them pick Ember Monarchs. And so we just have to see if the other team locks in Ember Monarchs or changes it up for us. Let's find out. Just give it a minute.
We are deciding. You know what? This is going to be the first time on stream we've seen anything other than Ember Monarchs and... Oh, that's not true. We saw SSR earlier. So,
Yeah.
that was exciting. Oh, okay. The two
Maelstrom.
new teams. Let's go. Yeah, we're
Two
going
new
to be
teams
looking
on
at...
stream.
Yup, Frostfire and Maelstrom. All right. Well, if let me confirm with the teams real quick. Malachi, walk them through with these. Who's on Maelstrom? Who's on Frostfire? Let them know.
So yeah, we have Lumen Horde playing Maelstrom and La Creatura playing Frostfire. And I've seen Lumen Horde win on the Maelstrom pick. The Maelstrom pick is not something to overlook. So I think, I mean, Jakar is pretty good in this patch. All the Awakenings are pretty good for him. Rune, I've seen a lot of people kind of doom on Rune, but I think Rune's actually pretty good this patch. I had some good success with him so far. And Atlas, I mean, the guy who says live in a damage meta, I think that's pretty useful. But Frostfire is old reliable. I mean, talk about a team with all the basics you need to win a game of Omega Strikers. So if they're all playing what I would understand to be the quote unquote best in slot for each character's role, I think we're gonna see an exciting game.
Yeah. No.
Heck,
This is
I'd
gonna
be
be great.
excited even if they didn't. You know.
Oh, I know. So we'll see. Frostfire, Ember Monarch, or not Monarchs, Maelstrom. Like I'm excited to see Maelstrom. Right, we're just gonna see some Rune Drakar stuff. Like that should be pretty cool.
See how they
So
lock down this field. I'm interested.
yeah, then we are going
And
to
it's
the
Atlas
Atlas Lab, of course.
It's the third game of Atlas Lab we've seen on stream. Very popular in this tournament, it seems.
It is very popular indeed, and now we are getting into this game. Yeah, as you can see, Atlas Lab, we've got the Striker Kuriyami going to be playing with Juliet. Dogito is on the Estelle and Slime Slinger 24, picking up that doobie. You know what? Surprised that we didn't see, them picking up SSR. They got the dang old Slime Slinger. Like, that's gotta be...
A hot shot start.
Yeah, right? Like, well, we'll find out. But as we get into this game now, we are looking at Hotshot on Rune and Atlas, of course, as expected. Explosive entrance on their car, gonna make a little bit more KO potential and have a faster dash. And looks like Also, double hot shot coming out from the side of Frostfire, and that is not going to be a Shaolin kick on the Juliets, alas. But we're getting into this game now. The first barrier is already down. Second barrier quickly follows, and that is an open goal for the side of Frostfire.
So something I do like about playing Hotshot Juliet is your opponent's time to react to anything you do is going to be a lot later or need to be a lot sooner than they might assume, especially in the overtime. Not just that, but Juliet's Dash Punch, you're going to get both abilities with some extra cooldown. So, I mean, I don't think it's the wrong pick. I think it's definitely down to your playstyle. So I think we're going to see Juliet get some KOs and a lot of core control this game.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just a fan of the long kick, you know. Juliet's kick is my favorite ability in the game. It's just so much fun to use. But a primary from Dogitos is going to secure the first barrier. Now we have barriers equalized. Either side has it on this bottom side, top side, if you are the side of Maelstrom now. Atlas, Jiggle Supreme holding the core. Secondary burn, not going to get anything from it. The ultimate does come out from the Atlas to heal up their teammates just a little bit. Now we are in this corner, trying to find a way to get the core down without expending too many abilities. Dogitos going for a cheeky bit of damage dumping on the Rune Hecatechan, but that is going to be restored by an orb, and now we are in this kind of awkward mid-game now where both teams are trying to figure out the puzzle pieces to dismantling each other's defense, as the final barrier does go down for the side of Frostfire.
You know, speaking of the team, like the teammate player named Bonkers, those dribbles, those are some bonkers dribbles, and unfortunately, a very quick team play out from the side of Frostfire just kind of put the kibosh on that point. And Maelstrom, they gotta really think about what's going on here. Otherwise, they're gonna get 3-0'd by Frostfire, a team with incredible fundamentals, but not just that, but like they get some really good awakenings. Yeah, that was a great save. I'm impressed by that.
That
now,
took
it might
some
not
heads-up
be
thinking, for sure.
Oh yeah. It's like, it might not be, as crazy as some of the last matches with like the player skill, but like this is players that do know their picks and they're making like the right plays with their picks. And unfortunately, Juliet, still very good dash punch flip. It's very, very reliable. And we got the bottom shot from the center from Jakar on a good stealth flip. And sometimes that's all you need to get back in a game.
That is absolutely true sometimes. That's all it takes. And I am, you've touched on a good point. I am really excited to see how, we know that Dropletto, Sorin, the Fool are going to pilot their characters efficiently, with thoughtfulness in mind, going for, high EV plays. I am excited to see how players, who don't run the NAS circuit are going to perform piloting these characters, right? Because you get to see some cool stuff. You get to see how they're thinking about the game, which is just, it's so interesting to see. Like, that rune save earlier, like, that's crazy. That was such good heads-up thinking that I'm happy that they saw, as the goal does get sunk now, tying it up. Maelstrom finding a way back into this game, and we've got a bit of a game on our hands here, 2 flips on either goalie here. So this could really be anyone's point.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, you probably don't see a lot of teams at this level even knowing how to play the canon teams. I mean, they're probably playing their favorite characters or characters they just feel comfortable on, and this tournament is kind of asking them to really change it up, really start playing things that you might not be as experienced on, and maybe even in a slot that you might not as feel experienced on with that character. So, I think there's, when we advertise it as a little something for everyone, I think that was 100% true.
Absolutely. Dogitos getting pumped full of alien technology right now. The shotgun taking him down, and the Molten Bolt coming out. That is going to be HP bar ticking down. Maybe could have waited a couple more seconds to really get the maximum value there, but the Rose Warp away. Going to survive for a little bit longer. Great evade from the incoming shotgun. Now Jiggle Supreme getting involved. Fun flip coming out from Slime Slinger. Now Jiggle Supreme back with the core. The Atlas ultimate coming out. Hecken Tekken blinking back with the rune secondary. Great ultimate coming out from Striker Kuriyami. He's going to secure that last barrier. It is now open. Barriers on either side. KO on the side of Maelstrom now. It is a 2v3 power play, but we have 2 flips to work with. Flip comes out. Slime Slinger to Hecken Tekken. It's going to be scored off of the flip and the roll. Just not enough. Hecken Tekken off of the power play, taking point and set 1 for the side of Maelstrom.
Very good, timely uses of his teleport, not just to defend, but to attack. Rune is back, and here we are into the next set. Adrenaline Rush could be taken by this Julie, which would be really bad for the side of Maelstrom. Let's see if the Drakar will deny it. He will. Glass Cannon could be useful. Estelle getting a very good core control awakening and fight or flight, with Atlas taking a pretty standard awakening for an Atlas goalie pick on the picking up some speed. One of the things is on Atlas is sometimes you just get your ankles broken because you're not fast enough, but Jiggle Supreme is seeing that as a win con.
You know, you don't see it very often anymore. The Rude walk up to you, banish, go for the double KO pillar. And that was just so special seeing Hecken Tekken just walk up to a stall-off kickoff and do that. Right? Because Rude, he wants to save his cooldowns.
Offense.
Oh, yeah, you know, he's zooming. You're absolutely right with your point about, you know, wanting the speed. Has the momentum boots right now, has the peak performance. As Bonkers with a great shotgun is going to secure the goal for Maelstrom, and that is now 1 up on this point.
This is this is the most locked in I've ever seen Hecken Tekken's team. I think these guys have really learned a lot in the past month, and they're showing that they can actually do, you know, amazing things even with being forced to play on a Canon team at this level. And, you know, Frostfire is a really good team, and I think they can definitely get this back if they just realize what they're doing wrong. But yeah, this match. I'm impressed. What more can I say?
I too am impressed, of course. And as we strike the ball a little bit more, Great Rune Pillar is going to reset possession just a little bit. The ultimate from Striker Kuriyami coming out. Great secondary. I mean, Hecken Tekken just loves doing those, right? Has them set up for the assist. It does let Jiggle Supreme kind of move up, right, and be involved now. Maybe a little bit too involved as the flip comes out from Striker Kuriyami, and Jiggle Supreme's nowhere to be found near the barrier. Does have flip, though. Can find a way. This primary from Estelle just not enough. Flip comes out down into the corner. Strike shot from Slime Slinger keeps possession. Juliet passes to the goal. Not going to find anything just yet. Ult in front of the goal. Strikes it out, but that is a dead Jiggle Supreme. Goalie is out. Bonkers and Hecken Tekken. It is up to them to pull off this power play defense, and it is on Striker Kuriyami to score with the dash punch. And that is going to be the side of Frostfire tying it up here in the second set, 1-1.
Yeah, when your poor little Rune in the goal box versus a Julie with no cooldown, no pillar to put behind you, dash punch is very hard to win without a very precise evade strike. So, and with the right spacing. So, not terribly surprised, but I mean, excellent, you know, gameplay from Striker Kuriyami, because I mean, you have to be in the position to make the Juliet technique work. So they were right where they needed to be during the power play, and they sunk it in, and we're seeing, you know, some back and forth.
So back and forth indeed. Love the flip into instant strike. You know, you see that your car go invincible. You're like, heck no, I'm not dealing with this. Pop that flip, get it out of there. Bonkers was none the wiser now. Both goals open. Dougito's trying to get possession back from Hecken Tekken down to Bonkers. Not going to find anything. The primary coming up from Atlas. Going to snuff out any attempt at a play, and now it is Striker Kuriyami who is looking dangerously with the ultimate in front of the net. But the core passes right through it. Now banished and not confirmed by Bonkers. Almost. Oh, okay, using the flip, expending it, almost getting the goal. We might just get the goal, and oh my god.
That was 2 back-to-black bonkers plays, if I do say so myself.
That was a little bit of, I'll say it, racism we've seen here from this Drakar, killing the hamster. A little bit of a lizard hamster, you know, domination. You know, lizards do eat hamsters. That is a thing that happens. So I'm not surprised by this outcome in the slightest. Bonkers now shooting that Molten Bolt at Slime Slinger. 24 Heckin' with a great pillar to keep possession, maintaining the Juliet combo coming out, not going to find anything off of it except maybe a little bit of HP off of Heckin', who does not have evade. This could be very dangerous. Great pillar to keep possession right back into your hands. The Tofu Fortress coming out, nothing to be found yet, almost into the goal, but Jiggle Supreme is ready, and now this is just such a weird situation we're in as Juliet is almost down, Flip comes out, and now Black Hole is popped. This could be anyone's game at any time, not giving me a chance to breathe as Jiggle Supreme uses the primary. There's just always something that could be happening. That is what is most exciting about this tier of game, is that at any point some kind of chaos could infiltrate. A great secondary off of the ultimate from Juliet is going to score, and now we are tied up in this set.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You gotta be in that good corner spot, lock them in, get every opponent in that ultimate, have it still push the core into your ultimate, and just hit stun everybody and confirm the goal. And that's exactly what they did. We're seeing a lot more signs of life from Frostfire here as they just start getting power play after power play, putting pressure forward, getting the cooldowns they need, the core flips they need, but answered by cooldowns of the team of Maelstrom, who is holding on with their dear life with that Atlas hold. That was too close for comfort.
Too close for comfort. And speaking too close for comfort, I was just going to say Bonnie might be taken out soon. That was the dash punch with no evade. That is going to secure that poor little lizard, and now the power play just continues, but no headway can be made on this offense as the Atlas almost gets taken out. Jiggle Supreme with a great evade is going to survive for just a bit longer, gets banished at the perfect time. Heckin' making major headway, opening up the goal now, and it could be anyone's game as both goal barriers are open. Frostfire in front of the net with the flip, does get a KO into the punch through the Atlas. The stun hitting Bonkers, the stun into the goal is the core, and we're tied up here 1-1 in sets.
That is absolutely rough. Even with Atlas Expanse, just getting in that position with the corner where the core flip landed is just incredibly hard to time there without being able to perfect evade the strike and the punch, and just not having cooldowns again at that moment. Twin Drive saves that, and now he's got Twin Drive, so there's a possibility that we might see a little less pressure from dash punch or just ulting right on Atlas. So we'll see if that pans out. I think everyone here got an awakening they're going to be happy with. Yeah, more to see.
More to see indeed. I am worried, however, if the primetime pickup is going to reduce some of the KO viability of this Bonkers, but it might not matter if your rune can banish them and get rid of most of their HP from the DOT, especially if you throw a Molten Bolt on there, it might not even matter as we get into this corner offense. Great roll is going to keep this alive. Dogito, Slime Slinger, unfortunately a little bit of mechanical miscommunication between their ideas and what they wanted to accomplish, but Bonkers, no miscommunication with brain and fingers there, is going to get the core in their hands, Molten Bolt it into the net, and that is going to be the first point for Maelstrom in this set number 3.
Yeah, that was very good corner pressure from Bonkers. Bonkers corner pressure. Straight up just dribble off the wall with a ranged attack and then arrange it back into the, between the midfielder and the goalie. Absolutely textbook technique. Juliet almost getting a technique KO, but Heckin' electing to not die there. Very good choice. This offense from Jiggle Supreme we've been seeing all game is just... You don't see it too much from Diamond players where they're just confident to walk up, confident to not get dash punched on the edge, dodging perfectly, going back to the defense, going back to the offense. It is just great work from both teams, but very impressive to see a goalie playing like this at this level.
Very impressive indeed. I'm seeing Slime Slinger, while they might have some mechanical misplays at times, they are being thoughtful and patient with what is going on with the map, right? I'm seeing them wait out potential rune pillars. I'm seeing them wait out potential attacks. The Drakkar shotgun combo might just need a little bit more time in the oven for them to cook on. But great strike shot, great log is going to keep this defense alive for just a bit longer. And a strike around the Atlas secondary is going to be enough to open up this goal. And now Doggitos with the core, with the snipe, is going to force out the flip from Jiggle Supreme. The fear put on the intimidation. Great secondary strike war from Hacken Tekken. Oh my goodness, down to Doggitos. Slime Slinger 24 was none the wiser, passing to his midfield. There was a rune en route to that very spot. And now that is going to be Maelstrom. Up now by 2 in this third set. On set point, potentially, for themselves.
You know, speaking of Tekken, and Tekken, we would have called that a huge read right there, because he knew they were going to try to have to strike for that, and teleported in immediately, capitalizing on it, probably shocking them, because, you know, a lot of players, there's so much going on Omega Strikers that sometimes you forget that there's a rune teleport there, but Bonkers doesn't even care about the rune mechanics because he's just storming the keep.
Storming the keep, indeed. Bonkers is caffeinated and is ready to go. I mean, look at this. Look at this EXP disparity. That's interesting. You know, we got the we got Bonkers, of course, as first, but followed up by 2 members of Frostfire. It's usually not what you see in a draft. So it's exciting. This could be the comeback that Frostfire needs, you know, getting their choice of Awakenings. Looks like we're opting for the stacks on stacks. That's going to make it still just a bit more devious, but it also does have the drawback, you know, you're playing against this Drakkar who's constantly trying to KO you, this rune who has shown that he will walk up and banish you and try to kill you off kickoff. So that could be a dangerous pickup, but otherwise, you know, we've got some size on the Juliet, could be good, and, you know, I'm seeing it, this extra special rune could be a bit of a problem, Malachi. It could be a bit of a problem.
Ooh, I mean, name another favorite awakening for me than extra special on any of my mains. I love me some extra special, especially on rune. And I mean, the rune's got it, but sometimes, you know, extra special can make you play a little greedy if you're not careful. But ooh, sorry for the sad boys angle, but it is just, you know, something I will say immediately is, yeah, blue team didn't win that set, but they were ahead of on XP, which, I mean, that's a sign of a team that can come back, in my opinion. And so I don't think I'm going to call Frostfire out here at all, but extra special just feels so bad to play against Rune on.
It does indeed. You know, we've already seeing the unfortunate happen here where the stacks on stacks that Doggitos did manage to build were taken quite summarily, and now that is going to be double pillar onto the Juliet, not going to find anything just yet, but great Tofu Fortress coming out from Slime Slinger to buy time for his team to get back into the play out of Obscura, and now this core is moving so fast, 1 KO. Can we find another? As a great Rose Warp is going to be found right into the goal from Doggitos. Great play, forcing the flip out from Jiggle Supreme, who nobody was expecting this, but that is that explosive entrance power that can be displayed, right? These Rose Warps can go so far and can happen so explosively as you make your entrance.
Oh, absolutely. And just the absolute heat from this hot shot is making these sets
Spicy
go.
pepper.
Like, that last point was just red core after red core. And unfortunately, Jiggle Supreme's brain was just broken there. And a surprise Rose Warp is all they need to get it done in these, you know, these just red hot core situations.
Oh my goodness, that was so cool from Striker Kuryavi. I love the idea so much, right? They got possession, they went for a strike kick strike type of combo, right? They didn't quite execute it, I think, the way that they were hoping, but I still loved the idea. It was so cool. Team managed to get the core in the end. This is a very dead Estelle. Never mind. Yes, okay, I lied.
Oh no, very dead.
Bonkers got involved, almost getting taken out by Striker Kuryami, but Dash Punch just not strong enough. A Sad Boys angle is going to lead to the doubler, unfortunately getting both involved. Now, Rune does teleport down to try and assist with this, but that does open up a clear angle. Tofu Fort coming out, does get one barrier. Doggitos with the primary, not going to find anything. With a kick coming through, might find something. Oh, Doggitos almost being taken out once again. Now has this flip, and that is going to be the double pillar banish combo. Does expend the flip, does survive, but for how much longer? This Drakkar is going to come hunt them down. Juliet is being almost taken out. Bonkers killing that that center gravity well. Not going to find the KO, just some damage on them, and primary from Jiggle Supreme is going to finally take out this Juliet now power play for the side of Maelstrom.
Yeah, this is getting really, really dangerous. It feels like both teams are just afraid of making mistakes, but they gotta have confidence, because if they don't have confidence, they're gonna get cooked. But dashing a very important. Oh, another almost on-target rune pillar. The patience from Jiggle Supreme right now against an Estelle's offense is absolutely what you need to be doing when your enemy team is on game point. And ooh, almost a perfect setup, but
oh my god,
did
yes.
the roll. Ooh, open net with a Estelle below. Not what you want to see when you're on Atlas.
Alright, so I witnessed the coolest, Dubu save of all time. Rune, the Banish, was coming out straight at this hamster. Slimeslinger24 says, I'm dropping a log first. And as his body was entering Obscura, the log came out and saved the entire point. Truly, incredible timing things are happening here. As we get into this draft, though, that is going to be the bulking Dubu. This hamster is hitting the gym, of course. Timeless Twin Drive Atlas. This is going to be a problem, Malachi. This is going to be a problem.
Oh, I agree. This secondary is going to be up all over that goal box, and Juliet's going to have to do something more than dash punch, I assume. And if they don't, very, very, very dangerous. That could have resulted in an easy double barrier. Unfortunately, the Atlas secondary giveth, and the Atlas secondary taketh away. As unfortunately, Atlas's life is taken away right there. As Heckin tapped out. Reacts very fast, but he can't, and it goes in.
I'm a big fan of the kicks coming out from Striker Kuriyami. They're thoughtful kicks. They have intent. They have meaning behind them. I am a big fan. As the Banish does come out, that's going to be 1 pillar down on Daikitos, 2 pillars down. And this could be a very dead Estelle. She has managed to build up 30 of her stacks, but as she does regen a little bit here, it might not be enough. Those 30 stacks might be taken out. She can't interact with the core, so she can't really build them up. This team of Maelstrom is doing a great job at making sure that she gets no value out of this awakening. Now Slime Slinger kind of out of position for the situation that occurred. 1 barrier going down on either side. Now we've got the line of barriers here on either side. Wow, what a situation to be caught in. The Tofu Fortress comes out. Doggitos once again being just absolutely, great Rose Warp instantly after the strike happened. Well played up into the center. Gets Tekken broken, almost KO'd. Now the strike's coming out. Flip forced to be used by Jiggle Supreme. Back down to Doggitos and gets taken out. That is the Juliet down. And now power play. This is exactly what Maelstrom needs to get back into this point to find their footing as a great Atlas primary. We're in overtime. This is Hotshot. Everything is going to red core. Juliet is back, looking for that final barrier. Instead, tries to go for a KO, and Tekken does find it after the dash punch off of the ultimate. Did not want to pop their own core flip, and is now paying the price in the grave. But a great expanse coming out from Jiggle Supreme. It's going to stop the core from being involved for just a little bit longer, and now the power play has been killed, and this barrier still stands. This is everything that Maelstrom needs. Now they must score. They have to finish this out before Bonkers gets taken out. The energy generator is popped. Jiggle Supreme does use his core flip, does use the primary. Great job getting this core out. Now Doggitos, who has the flip, is going to try and find a way in, and tries to go for a really, really creative play off of the rune pillar already placed. Now Bonkers in front of Slime Slinger with the flip, and the core goes up, but it's just not enough. Not going to find the goal. Great evade. That would have killed, I do believe. Now, this is Juliet back on the field. Bonkers could be dangerously low. Does get taken out by the Rose Warp, but Striker Kuriyami uses the kick. That kick could have been necessary to score this point. A dangerous rune pillar with an expanse. That could have been a heck of a bad situation. Now, into the center. I saw that coming as soon as the gravity well respawned. That is so sad.
I did. You know, this is really looking like the intro, the intro to Omega Strikers. Frostfire looking like the underdogs. Everything's looking, down for the Frostfire team, and then they just start popping off, go strike. And this is this is looking to be the anime protagonist comeback from the team of Frostfire. If Maelstrom doesn't really lock it in right here, right
Oh
now,
my
and
god.
show signs of life.
Show signs of life.
Oh,
Indeed, the dash punch, Sad Boys, is not going to be enough to save the core. Great strike from Heckin' Tekken, getting it out from behind the Juliet Ultimate and around town. This, oh my goodness, not a single barrier dropped from that situation. I am shocked and appalled. Great dash punch into primary. Not going to find anything off of it. Good defense. Great strike at the last second. Double banish. This is going to allow for a good bout of offense from the side of Maelstrom, but they're not going to find anything for it. Flip coming out, and that is going to be the core going around the world. Heckin' Tekken with possession. Striker Kuryami looking like a shark in the water trying to find it, but the first barrier does finally go down for Frostfire. Maelstrom now on their way back up, trying to find a way back into this game. A great attempt from Dogitos is going to be stopped for the time being now. Waiting, patient, great pillar from Heckin' Tekken, keeping possession. The roll is not going to be stopped as now Striker Kuryami has Flip in front of the net with the strike, is going to find it, and that is going to be the game going over to Frostfire, and that is not to say Maelstrom did not play their hearts out on this field today. Incredible stuff from both teams, but Frostfire will be advancing to the Diamond Bracket Winners Grand Finals.
Grand Finals from La Creatura playing Frostfire. I mean, talk about Grand Finals just like Omega Strikers intended, with Frostfire going to Grands. Will it be a Maelstrom versus not Maelstrom, sorry. A Ember Monarchs versus, Frostfire Canon event? Who knows? No one knows. No one knows yet.
No
But
one knows.
we will be letting you know when that match is ready.
We will indeed. Stick around and see you soon. We are back once again. I am Psykeen, joined by Master X Malachi. Welcome back to the Pro League Stadium number 0. We are currently getting into the Diamond Brackets Grand Finals. It is going to be Senko's Beloved Loafs versus La Creatura, and it's going to be a best of 3, so a little bit of an exciting games ahead of us. Wouldn't you say, Malachi?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, best of 3 for the first time in in Pro League Stadium. Hopefully a recurring event. We'll have to see how people liked it. If they didn't like it, we'll have to gather feedback. But I mean, I've liked what I've watched. I can tell you that much. A lot of Bite Breakers bans. Once again, we have I believe it's La Cultura banning Bite Breakers. And we're just waiting on. Oh, and there we go. Maelstrom has been all locked in for red team. So we'll just need to see what blue team locks for their team. I mean, it's nice to see another Maelstrom game. I'll give it that. That's for sure. I
It
was
is,
very impressed
absolutely.
with the Maelstrom loadout in the last game.
Yeah, you know, Rune and what's his face, Ricard are kind of cool characters to watch play together. You know, they actually kind of have some of that synergy going on, right? You banish some guy who's been bolted, their like HP bar is going to disappear. It's kind of screwy, right? And you have Atlas, so like the enemy team doesn't have Atlas. They can't throw down a res to stop this insane damage dump. You know, the best you can
Yeah.
hope for is that you pick Clarion Corp and you have now. But even then, like that's rough. So
Funny that the two characters with built-in dots end up working really good together when they stack those dots on each other.
who'd have
It's almost
thought?
like they planned these canon teams in some way. Maybe we've not been harnessing the power of the built-in advantages that these canon teams had in mind.
Yeah,
Speaking of having things in mind, they're in the tanks. They're in
they
the
also
tank
are.
thinking about what that final team. Well, it can't be their final team pick, but they're clearly making this Grands very important to them because they're just putting so much thought into what team they should pick into Maelstrom on Atlas Lab.
They are putting some thought into it, right? You gotta, you know, they have a little bit of They got to see how the last game played out, right? They saw how effective Maelstrom was, so they have to think, you know, what are we gonna do now, right? So
This is the
Frostfire worked out for them, so they could, you know, run it back, but
I
we'll
could.
see.
I'm just thinking like they know the matchup. They just played the Maelstrom matchup and won on that team. So they gotta assume like, are these guys as good or better than the last team? And can they pilot this team better on AtLab? It's not a wait, isn't it a hot shot? What
All
are
right,
the
they're going
Awakenings?
with SSR, and we are going to be running. It is going to be, what was it? It was Missile Prop and was it Missile Prop Hotshot? I'm pretty sure that's what I
I think
generated.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hotshot Missile
Yeah, it
Prop.
was.
That's what we're
Yeah, yeah,
running.
yeah. I
So
think the Maelstrom team might have a lot of surprise once again with this loadout. But I mean, SSR has access to Juno, which has access to Hotshot. So I feel like the best Hotshots users are on both teams. I don't know if that's too much of a hot take, but I would consider Rune being one of the best users of Hotshot. So,
Rune
one
definitely
if.
uses it very, very well. I will give him that. It is scary to see those pillars sending this core at a pace so blazingly red. Anytime they get thrown out. But we
Blazing
are
pace so fast, Kai wishes his blazing pace was that fast.
so true.
But
Absolutely
we're not talking
true.
about Kai. No Ember Monarchs here.
Nope, just some good old Maelstrom and SSR. So we are getting ready to get into game here, just waiting for the players to assume their proper positions, get into the right headspace. You know, you really have to think about
Oh no.
what you're going to do if you need an emergency sub in the grand finals. So we're gonna figure that out the best that we can to the best of our abilities. But at the moment, it is looking quite dire for our heroes here.
I mean, should what is? Oh man. Yeah, we might need to figure this out. Very very
Hey, don't worry
unfortunate
about it.
situation.
We are going to be right back. We're going to get this all
Yeah,
figured out. We might be back
yeah,
with a
we're gonna
game.
figure this out.
We might be back with just me playing solo queue for a little bit. Who knows? We're going to figure this out for you, so don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a moment. Hello, everybody. We are back, and we have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that we were able to find a emergency sub for the team, for, I believe it was Senko's
Senko's.
beloved Loafs. Unfortunately, that took about 35 minutes in total, like their match thread. And so we have gone with the executive decision, my decision, to not stream their games in favor of having enough time to be able to stream the Challenger Bracket Grand Finals as well. So we will be proceeding with that instead. Rest well knowing that Senko's did find a need sub. Unfortunately, we will not be able to see the conclusion of their games with our own eyes, you know, unless the timing's right enough. We do have our secret agent, Bug, in there streaming, viewing the game, so we might swap over to their POV between games here. Who knows, we might get to see a little bit of checkup, but that is that, and this is this. This is going to be the Monarchs versus Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy. ABAB, one might say. They are currently in their map drafting phase, figuring out what they want to do, where they want to play. Now, just so you know, this is going to be a best of 3. Now, there is not going to be a grand finals reset. Alright, that means that the only advantage we can offer to the winning team from earlier is that they auto-win the coin flip. That's how we're going to proceed with that for this tournament, at least, for Pro League Stadium number 0. So, that's what we're going to be doing. So,
Yeah.
we are just about done with map drafts. I believe we're going to go to CGC first map. And what's up, Malachi? How's it going?
It's going good. I mean, we're seeing an AtLab ban. We won't be watching AtLab for the 5th time in a row.
W.
So that's cool. I mean, I have nothing against the map. As a matter of fact, I like that map. I'm just shocked it got picked to be played on stream 5 times in a row, just about. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at Demon Dice first. Will the Monarchs try to get Ember Monarchs? You tell me. I think the answer is probably going to be yes on Demon Dice, but we'll have to see. We're seeing a game 2 on
Game 2 is going to be DD. Game 1 is CTC.
oh, I missed that. Sorry, CTC,
Yeah, you're good.
Demon Dice, and then Night Market. So a lot of I think that's a good lineup. CTC has a lot of variety. So first game we're going to see a lot of variety. We're going to see probably some KO in game 2. And if that doesn't decide it, we're probably going to see some more KO in game 3. So, especially if the Monarchs are allowed to play the Monarchs. I mean, Night Market is, I mean, I'm banning not Monarchs if we're playing on Night Market, I'm saying it. But it looks like,
Yeah.
it looks like.
While Malachi figures that out, I am going to talk to you a little bit about the current situation of the lobby that we are in. Currently, we are waiting on Name Chaotic. Name Chaotic, please join the lobby. Name Chaotic. If you're in stream, please join the lobby. Oh, good news. We have gotten Awakenings. It is going to be CTL and Hot Shot, last to last. And oh, very good. Good job, Dave Chaotic. Thank you. Thank you. It appears that the side of ABAB is going to be banning the Ember Monarchs for the first time in stream history, except that's a lie. There was the Crossfire Maelstrom game earlier. But with only one outlier, for the first time in stream history, we're going to be seeing no Ember Monarchs on the stage. So, real excited for that. It is banned, gone forever. Now, we are waiting for the picks from the side of the Monarchs, who can no longer play their namesake, so that is going to be a tough time for them. are they gonna do? I'm thinking maybe Frostfire is the answer there, right? Put name Chaotic on the
Yeah.
dang old Juliet. Yeah, you know what? They could do.
I've seen
Clarion
some named
Corp.
Chaotic play some Juliet and get a lot of scores and win NASA. So, I mean, I think that's the play. I mean, their opponent is just asking them to play it at this point. And I don't know how I feel about that. Is that a sign of confidence, or is that a bait? You know, that's the real question.
Yes, okay. I had a feeling this was gonna happen. When I thought about it, Clarion is going to be a great pick for the side of the Monarchs, right? Yeah, because that gives Name Chaotic access to Kazan, so good on the character. Coin access to Rasmus, so good on the character. And, you know, the Fool can play an out, alright? I don't know his pedigree on the character. I haven't paid enough attention, but he is a solid player overall. So, I mean, he's got to be at least passable on the now. And we are looking at Bite Breakers from the side of the Alien Brigade Against Bureaucracy team. So,
You know, I didn't think we'd see Bite Breakers on stream, but here we are. Is it a Bite Breakers meta? Are they gonna prove why every team is banned Bite Breakers? Or is it a myth that Bite Breakers might be the scariest team? This might determine that for us. We might see it happen firsthand right here in Grants of Pro League Stadium number zero.
So, as taking my bad. I am the lobby leader. Let me just get these awakenings set up and then give it to CTC and or not CTC. Yes, CTL and what the heck is the other awakening? It was
I have it up. It's Castellass Hot Shot.
Hot Shot. Thank you. There you go. All right, you're gonna give it to Mr. Sexy Man Drop Leto. The lobby leader has been given away. And set. Radar. And just a little behind-the-scenes peek to things that go on here. You know, I have the hard task of making sure that I give somebody the lobby leader. So if something goes wrong, they can end the game. Because you can't end the game as a spectator for some fun reason. But we are just about ready to go. We're figuring out if Ohio is the right place to play, and we've got confirmation it is. We are going to be playing Clarion Test Chamber on US server Ohio. Your starting awakenings are Castellast and Hot Shots. We are going to be looking at a Clarion Corp versus Bite Breakers team comp here in the Pro League Stadium number 0 Grand Finals Game 1. So, ready for this, Malachi.
So, is this where you would say that Clarion Corp has the home field advantage on Clarion Test Chamber? You know, putting the two together, either they really wanted this team for this map on purpose, or they're just picking it because they enjoy it. And, I mean, it's a good team. We've seen it do very well into Ember Monarchs. And then we saw it do not so well into Ember Monarch. So I guess it really depends on who's piloting the team. But now we have a different team piloting that team. So, I mean, against the people they had beaten playing the team, which is, it's a bunch of crazy, interesting angles here. And it really wonders what the statistics on these teams will turn out to be after the fact.
Absolutely. Very interested in getting my hands on that data later on, but for now, we're in a 6 hot shot lobby. Not a single Castellast to be found, and egg on my face, I was wrong. This is Coin on the now, and the Fool on the Rasmus. So, you know, excited to see how this turns out. You know, I always think of Coin as a Rasmus player, so, you know, this is interesting to see. I've watched a lot of oncoming traffic games, I will say, or past, back when they were named as such, but the synergy between Coin and Nabe Chaotic is going to be a duff, as Nabe Chaotic on that Kazan is able to find a masterful little dribble in the corner there and strike it up into that top corner, securing the first point for Clarion Corp here now in Game 1.
Named Chaotic showing why he's named Chaotic. Playing absolutely good core control game on a chaotic character. But you know, I never did figure out why his name is Chaotic. But I have seen why his gameplay is chaotic, as the enemies rarely know just where he's going to place that core. And that's very important considering that he needs to place it very well and very fast, as it is a power play on the side of the Bite Breakers. Bite Breakers having huge KO pressure is not something I think anybody is shocked or alarmed about. Well, alarmed about for sure, but not shocked about. So, letting it go through shows that Clarion Corp is confident that even with the damage, even with the core control that Bitebreaker has to offer in this current Awakening pool, they're not afraid. They're here to show superior gameplay, and I mean, not afraid. Definitely not afraid with the dribbles I just witnessed from the Fool in front of Dropletto. A very commanding statement in that, in my opinion.
Well,
Oh, but Dropletto with the clap back.
yeah, speaking of, commanding auras and intimidation, the Fool was pushed back into his own net and taken advantage of by Dropletto with that beautiful little primary. Is going to take him out and secure the point. You can flex on this guy all you want into the Yaimi turret. The Reaper comes for us all at the end of the day, and Dropletto proved that very effectively. Great ultimate coming out from Moffin Kui here to survive this onslaught from Named Chaotic, who had gotten that little center orb here on this, I believe, Era variant, right? That makes you big. It makes you huge. And with that size, you can do a lot, but it was ultimately pushed back now. Barrier has been taken on the side of Bite Breakers. And Cardbox is looking worse for wear with no evade, but Dropletto does have a flip. Coin uses theirs to secure that last barrier and gets absolutely blown up. That is now. She is going to be taken out so easily because she has the tools to heal up, survive, all of that good stuff. Dropletto now becoming huge. Not going to get anything really off of it. And Cardbox with a very fascinating Aimi blink back. I'm sure the plan was solid there. Moffin Kui had the secondary down. Could have been dangerous. But the Fool is going to lose one barrier here off the power play. Honestly, worth it to get the core out of possession. And now we are back to a more even map, even more even, as both barriers are now open. And Dropletto going for the secondary, not going to find it just yet. With a strike down to the bottom, is going to secure that goal. That is going to be Bite Breakers up by 2.
You know, that dash through with Kazan through that bottom right triangle, I sometimes forget that he can go through that terrain, and he just surprised them with that, but it just didn't get there from the defense of Bite Breakers. Just even with that shocking appearance. I mean, we were kind of watching a clinic from Dropletto and the Bite Breakers team. I mean, they're not getting tons and tons of KOs as you might think this team might bring, but they are getting them where they count and they are scoring when it counts. It's just, I don't think it's because Clarion Corp isn't locked in. I think they definitely are. I think they just need to maybe breathe a little bit. They had to wait a chunk of time for this Grands. For some teams that matters more than others. Some teams appreciate the break more than others and others don't. But I think once they just get in the swing of things, as they showed their dominance performance last time these two teams faced off, I think we're going to see a closer match here. Getting some very good awakenings on red team might prove me wrong, but same time, team player on Rasmus, a goalie, is not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's a hot shot game, so sometimes chaos can turn around in your favor when hotshot's involved.
Absolutely can. I truly believe that the Monarchs here piloting Clarion Corp have found the better draft here. I do think that the size Kazan with Recovery Drone is going to be so valuable. And Team Player, of course, is just always going to be valuable. Evergreen, of course, changes the entire way that the game should be played, which is very annoying to deal with, of course. But Alien Brigade against a Bureaucracy, right? They got some stronger awakenings. I mean, Cardbox is going to do some disgusting KOs, I imagine. Dropletto going to find this KO now on to Coin now being taken out. Dribbles from Name Chaotic are taken advantage of quite desperately from Cardbox. I mean, that was... You hate to see that if you are the goalie for the Clarion Corp team here. Like, your boy just messed everything up. Poor guy. But now, we are back. Set has been reset. 1 up already for Alien Brigades against Bureaucracy here in the second set.
There is a bit of I noticed a little bit of BM with that diamond emote, but I don't think Clarion Corp's gonna just take that laying down. I think Name Chaotic's gonna get in here and show them that they are definitely not diamond. They're gonna say, I'm definitely better than this Malachi Caster guy who's in diamond, and he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it right here, right now. What I tell you. Caster Blessing, if you will.
Caster Blessing, if you will, indeed. I mean, just shoot it at the midfielder. That's some very wise words have been said before. You know, why bother trying to go through the goalie when you can just beat the midfielder? It's, honestly, that's my go-to anytime I want to score. So, we're getting back into this set now. 1-1 tied up. The Monarchs fighting their way back into this game. They have a lot to prove. You know, this is a best of 3, so they have time to make adjustments if letting this Bite Breakers comp through was a mistake, but it does not look like it will be so, as 1 barrier, 2 barriers do go down a KO off of the power play. Now the Moth and Kui secondary is defensible enough with a great primary coming out from Coin is going to stuff that core from between Moffat and Cardbox, shutting down any attempts to play together there on the defense. Now, that is Monarchs up by 2.
I think Clarion Corp's starting to realize that this is their home and that they can win this if they just remember all the stuff they learned in their lab. And that lab might be called Scrims. And, you know, and it might even be called NASA, you know? So I think they just got to channel that energy, realize who they are, what they're playing, who they're against, and play that to their strongest advantages that they can. Hard to do when you're getting smacked constantly, though, with staggered on the low constantly, debuff, bringing the damage to the tip top with excellent team play out of the side of Bite Breakers.
Speaking of excellent team play, you know, Name Chaotic, sending it to Cardbox was exactly what Bite Breakers wanted there. Finding the goal off of that unfortunate mistake. You know, sometimes you're just desperate to get it out. You'll send it anywhere that your mouse is positioned. Now, fortunately, this Kazan does have Vambrace. I thought so. Is going to be able to recover some of that damage that they dump onto him, but it's going to come at the cost of using all of his abilities to try and make up that HP deficit. Of course, if you're Kazan, you have 2 forms, so that is a lot of abilities to really restore your HP with, as now the offense is developing a little bit on either side. We have barriers standing 1 left for either side. Drop Blood out in front of the Fool, trying to find a way to get it into the barrier, and it's going to go back. And that is going to be Bite Breakers losing their barrier. First goal is open for the side of Bite Breakers. Now Clarion Corp has to find a way to get this core into the net, but a core flip from Dropletto is going to keep possession long enough for Cardbox to get into position, setting down the Ivy turret. Now strikes, flying everywhere. Great primary from Dropletto is going to secure this barrier. Cardbox has to flip. This could be the change that we need to see, and a great hook from Name Chaotic is going to prevent the core from being sent where Mafakui wants it to, forcing the flip out. Coin, using the flip, gets stuck inside the Atlas Expanse in the middle of the map. Now this could be anyone's game, and the core is just a little bit too red and a little bit too untracked by Moth and Kui. Thought maybe something was going to happen to it, but it goes into the net, and now that is Clarion Corp taking the set.
That core flip inside of the Atlas Expanse made my heart stop, and that score made my heart jump at the chaos that we are witnessing right now on this Clarion Corp home field advantage, reminding Bite Breakers that they're in charge and they're just a bunch of kids. They don't even have jobs. I mean, come on. At least I don't think so. And I mean, fight or flight on a Kazanma size, I mean, that's pretty good. I'm gonna have to say that. I think that's pretty good.
This Kazan
And,
build might be hard to play around for sure. Best of luck to the side of Bite Breakers.
not just that, but the scaling that we just got on Rasmus with Might of the Colossus plus the pre-existing Pauldrons. I mean, that's always good when you're a Rasmus goalie player.
Always good
And just
indeed.
Cardbox getting, some damage and cooldowns. What a pre-placement of the
Uh.
Dorito! That drone was scripted.
And does this? Oh, Castellast. That'll do it. No, I went with Moth in there. I honestly thought that thing was going to go away like 200 years ago, but no, that thing was built to last. Cast to last. No planned obsolescence here on those sentry drones. So some good stuff. Drop Leto though with the size. Got the giant orb in the middle. Is huge. Got a KO. Does have the flip. Strikes it right through the Fool. There's just so much that can be done. Great flip. Is going to secure the Fool into the back of his own net. The place that Drop Leto has loved killing the Fool in this game, and now it is a power play continued. Uses the passive, not going to find anything. Cardbox with a flip, not going to find anything just yet. Down to Drop Leto, wastes out all of the abilities to Patience. Finds the perfect pixel to send it in. Great mouse placement. Drop Leto, MVP of that point.
We're seeing a little bit of tempo swing now. Now that on this set, the damage has come back out in full force. And you can see that by the fact that it's tied up the set already. And that's not good news when you're facing down a bunch of damage. You don't want to be losing energy for free, but I mean that Vambrace does give a lot of value in these tight moments when you're able to just kit dump the core. And as long as Name Chaotic can stay ahead on interactions, it might not be so bad for their health pool. Oh, this corner pressure is a nail biter, especially when the enemy team's best solution to stop you isn't just making sure they don't score, but just batting you off of their goal zone, which is kind of the one weakness I think sometimes of being this now Kazan combo is that, like, yeah, you have a lot of tools that are very nice and some healing, but the characters' health pools are very small compared to other characters on the now Kazan combo.
And now Kazan combo indeed, lots of health to be lost, but lots of health to be gained, lots of cores to be struck, no barriers to be found, though. It's Moth and Kui trying to push off this offense with the help of Cardbox. Drop Leto does have that core flip, can try to make something happen with it, is going to try to get some damage onto Quinn, is going to miss the primary, and now that is going to be the core. Going back to the Fool, to name Chaotic, the Ami turret does come out. The flip out now is going to try to find the barrier, or the goal, not going to find it, going to burn a lot of abilities from the side of the Monarchs, although this open goal is dangerous. You have Cardbox with flip. You've got Moth and Kui with flip. There's a lot that can happen here, and Coin is being whittled away. Flip comes out, going to scund it right at the Fool, not going to find it, and a great glitch pop is going to secure the goal. A lot of speed that the Fool was not ready for. The flip will remain unused.
If you had told me that I was watching a NAS game, I would believe you, because these teams are doing so incredibly well this game. And I've seen a lot of NAS League streams to say that with confidence. This is really, really good back and forth from both of these teams. And I'm not talking back and forth like ping pong. I'm talking like actual legitimate offense and defense back to back to back, and they just got to keep this up if I mean, both of them obviously want to win, but yeah, they just got to keep this up, not just for our pleasure, but I mean for victory. I mean, it is what you want to be doing, playing better and winning more.
True words have never been spoken. Master X Malachi, as the barrier does go down, open goal for either side. Name Chaotic. Wow, that was kind of cute. Just kind of sat there, waited, and it's just like, boop, poked it in, sent it right into that top corner, realized that's an undefended position, made the analysis, and let it rip. Found the score, and now this is a tied up set 3, right? 2-2. This could be anyone's set to take. Now we are on the Obscura variant. These little patches of purple are my least favorite thing to deal with in probably the entire game. They're so hard to play around, in my opinion. So we'll see how these better players navigate this, not even bothering to play around them, is going to use the flip to find the barrier. Both barriers do go down. That is a lot of abilities being used and a lot of HP bars being burned. Named Chaotic still does have that recovery drone if things go south. Cardbox eating a little bit of the paint. Not going to find. It's going to find the KO. Slipped just a little bit farther. And now this is a 1v3 situation. Had a now drone to potentially help out. But it is eaten by Dropletto as the core is scored. Named Chaotic, the last man standing. Bite Breakers, the aliens against bureaucracy, or what have you, does take
Alien
this set
Brigade
forward.
against
Brigade.
bureaucracy.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, Alien Brigade against bureaucracy is piloting this Bite Breakers team very well in the grands here. Game 1. So, no shame if you lose to damage game 1. Maybe we do think about the drawing board. Maybe Bite Breakers might be pretty good in this meta. But we have not confirmed that. We're not going to count our chickens before they hatch. There's still a lot of game here to be played from what I've witnessed in the last couple sets. This is not over yet. Not by a long shot.
Not by
Sometimes
a long
fortress
shot,
fight.
indeed.
But that is how life works. You win some, you lose some. But I mean, already mounting the pressure, both sides. I notice a lot of the time they're going for these double barrier, like prioritized plays, and there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes I'm just like, let's take it short, slow and steady. I think they know that they want to do these double barrier plays first, and they're kind of getting, I think, a little value off of that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Slow and steady does win the race, Malachi. Slow and steady does win the race. Some might say, as the core, going as slow as humanly possible, does find its way into the goal of Clarion Corp. Well played offense from the side of Bite Breakers. And now this could be their set to win this game 1 to win. This is the team coming from losers, right? They were sent down there by this very team, the Monarchs, so they have plans, they have ideas that they want to, really get off here and get some revenge on these bozos who sent them down to the, so unsavory place such as losers. So both teams really fighting for their lives here. Mafakua uses the flip, trying to prolong their life in this game just a little bit longer. Dropletto now trying to get the core into the barrier, uses the ultimate to keep possession, and finds it off of a strike. The Fool not reading that strike at all, used it a little bit too early, and now a great open barrier situation, has the flip in front of it, and a card sends the, oh my goodness, and the pop. There was a lot that happened there, and my words could not keep up with the sequence. Yeah. Incredible from the side of Clarion Corp, the Monarchs.
The big finish defense was good, and Box was doing their best to assist with it. But I mean, that drone still comes out in such fast frames, even after the change and the nerf to it. And I mean, I'll tell you what else is fast. The way her health bar just disappears. I mean, that's fast. You saw it here. I mean, Centaur primary, dash, Aimi, glitch pop, 0, dead. It's over. I mean, this is just... Bite Breakers is online. And I'm not talking about the hit game. I'm talking about the team.
Yeah, you just pissed off all 4 Bite Breakers fans in the chat with that comment.
I was top 14 Bite Breakers, but this ain't about me.
This ain't about you, indeed. This is about the Pro League Stadium, the potential winner of this Game 1 of Grand Finals in the Challenger Bracket card box with the core. That is going to be the KO onto Dropletto. The core floats back, hits the barrier. This could be everything. Card box in front of the net with the flip, and it is going to go in. I don't know what struck it in that exact direction, because I do not believe that's where Cardbox sent it. Maybe a glitch pop? That would have been really heads up, but I thought he already used that. Either way, that is going to be Game 1 going to Bite Breakers, the Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy. The one, the only, ABAB, some might say. but that's going to be a card box MVP, well earned on the IME, of course. You know, one of the hardest champions to earn MVP on. Sorry, I'm being too rude here. We are going to be going to Demon Days for next game, by the way, so get excited. It is going to be a bloodbath, one might hope. Probably even bloodier than this one. So, I am personally
think so.
expecting to see Bite Breakers banned out this time. That is what I am seeing. And we are seeing a roster swap, a little bit of a change around, by the way.
I gotta say, IME was the only one with explosive entrance. But the way Dropletto was piloting Centauro would have, told me otherwise, because they were both entrancing the enemy net with quite explosiveness, if I gotta say. And health bars were disappearing and goals were being scored. Props on Clarion Corp being piloted by the Monarchs for showing a lot of signs of life that game. I think that game was, as they say, winnable. However, the damage became very vicious. Dropletto didn't get his damage start that I think he wanted, but I don't think it mattered. I think he just played the way he likes to play anyways and got the awakenings that he wanted, and card box and them plus Finny debuffs just really, it's a build your own damage. I mean, it really is just build your own damage when you got Finny on your team, so.
It is indeed, and it does seem like that the side of ABAB is going to take blue side going into this game 2 on Demon Dies. We're going to see... What are we going to see here? Oh, my Start GG is freaking out. Okay. Prod R. We are going to see the Monarchs taking Bite Breakers this time around. And, well, we're going to see
Alien
ABAB
Brigade
going with
against-
Clarion.
Yeah.
We're swapping. We're taking it around town.
Yeah,
All that
they
good stuff.
literally said, I like that, can I try that? And then they said, you didn't look so bad on that, can we try that? And they just kind of traded. Just kind of handed off their characters to each other. And,
Excited to see if Bite Breakers pulls it out again, right? Like, maybe they're just the strongest trio of characters, right? Who knows? We'll find out. As we get into this next game, Demon Days has been set out of the Colossus peak performance are our starting awakenings going into the east server of Ohio. According to the lobby, Demon Days going to be a bloodbath, one could hope. So, excited for this one, of course. We're going to be seeing the Fool on the Finny. We're going to see Soren on the Amy and Name Chaotic on the Centauro. I'm sure we're going to see Dropletto on the Kazan. Definitely Cardbox on the Now, and of course it's going to be... Never mind. That's right. It's Moth and Cooey. I forgot it's Moth and Cooey.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a big mistake you just made.
Yeah.
There's no way that Moffin is not taking his signature character he's so famous for and cool on, and everybody wishes that they were Moffin. Just nah, I'm just playing around. But it is very... Ooh, sorry, I got caught up because this offense is already out the gates. I mean, there wasn't much back and forth. That was a one-way street that I just witnessed. But it's the first point in the game, and first points of the game tend to have a bit of swing to them. Once everybody's on level 2, then we usually see where things actually lie in the first set. So let's see how it goes, and take it away.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how devious this these two teams that ABAB is choosing to pilot, right? They've got access to Clarion Corp and they've got access to Bite Breakers, right? Those are the two teams that they could have wanted to play. And when you think about it, that's giving Cardbox Now or IME. And in one of these scenarios, you're giving Lalfin Kuikazan. Like, this is a very annoying team, it sounds like, to play against in this lore accurate team, right? It's just, like, so annoying to deal with. And of course, you've got Dropletto, who's just going to be doing Dropletto things. He's probably just happy to be there, playing forward, striking things, and killing people. So that is a good place to be if you are the side of ABAB. Now, great ultimate in front of the net from Name Chaotic is going to be stopped away. The passive is going to send him just out of reach from his own flip. Soren's going to laugh in his face. And that is going to be the Fini ultimate coming out, not going to find anything off of it. Name Chaotic is being hunted down now. The now drone dropped on top of Dropletto to get a little bit more damage on the Name Chaotic, as well as some speed and healing on Dropletto. Great strike war from Name Chaotic. Glitch Pop going to send it up. Soren with the turret down, going to try to find a way to get this core into the net. Now in front of the net is not going to find anything. Dropletto with a primary, not going to find its mark. Now the Fool does have this flip. If things goes wrong, uses the big finish from Fini, not going to find anything off of it except for Moth and Kui getting possession. The triple take does come out. Pass tried to get to Name Chaotic. Dropletto cut it. Box is going to send it through Soren now. Flip in front of the net. Dropletto has his. Not going to use it. Fool forced to use his. Moth and Kui down the card box. Straight through the center. The big finish is not going to be deployed, but the primary from Dropletto is going to find it through Soren. You know, I guess you got two goalies on that team, right? You got the Fool and the Soren, so can't really just pick a midfielder to try and get it through, right? So
Yeah, I think so. And it's not just that, but like these open net situations can be really tough versus Moffin. Just covering it with this large Kazan hitboxes that Kazan is so famous for in the goal arc when they're on Pauldrons. And on Pauldrons on this map, you know, you can usually get some, you know, damage on the goalie and stuff, but it also helps you not die, which is very useful. And it's just maybe the win con is a little bit more damage coordination from Bite Breakers. I know that Name Chaotic is, I think, known for not being as much of a damage player, but I mean, you could have fooled me that game they were playing X, because they were getting a lot of damage and kills in. And, oh, very close there with Moffin excellently doing Soren angles. You know, funny that Soren would be on the enemy team in this situation. And, I mean, really just making it look very, very, very strong. Like, you know, maybe like some of the early days of Atlas, where Atlas was this iron wall. Moffin makes Kazan look like that old-fashioned pre-nerfs Atlas that we used to know and fear in the goal box.
No in fear indeed. Open barriers on either side. Moffin does have the flip, can find a way to get it to his forwards if needed. Can also use it in emergency. The big finish does come out from the Fool, not going to find, you know, the clear that he was hoping for, but it is going to stop the offense for now. To Name Chaotic, good pass from Soren, finds it through. Does not use the flip to try and find the kill. Might be prudent decision-making here as he has the core, but a great primary from Cardbox is going to make sure that that pass is not found. Does use the flip there, and with a passive empowered strike, we are sending it into the bottom corner for the goal, and now the side of the Monarchs is going to find their first goal in this set. Monarchs, of course, piloting the Bite Breakers. So,
yeah, Bite Breakers still has life in it. I mean, we saw that Bite Breakers took the first set of the last game. A little bit, I don't think Clarion isn't a map that KO is played on. It definitely is. But it's just, they just got to find their rhythm on a team that they haven't played. Last game that the enemy team did, maybe that has some play into this. But one thing I am a little curious about, Fini is known for having like Mom Boots as one of their best goalie awakenings. I feel like you get hit a lot on Demon Dice as the goalie. So, but you know, there's nothing wrong with picking what you're comfortable with, though. And if you can get the uptime on the stacks, then you know it's gonna work out for you. A lot of the time, like right now, max stacks once again. But here comes a hook. Dodges the hook with that movement speed. Not getting reset. Oh,
cute.
Core stall into support by Aimi. Very nice. That's what you need to make surprises. Goal on somebody like Moffin.
yeah, that was a cute little play coming out from Soren using the core stall from Name Chaotic, you know, with the glitch pop sent at 1,000,000 miles per hour. You know, I'm a fan of that. That was cool. It was fun. as the double barrier does happen again. I mean, flip in front of the net, not going to find it. Card box with a great strike is going to make sure that the core does not go in. And I feel like the barriers have fallen very early on each time for ABAB. And honestly, if you ask me, I think Moffin prefers it that way. He's so confident in his ability to play around this open goal that I think it just works for him, right? I mean, this map evolves, right, as the barriers get taken. I mean, speaking of evolving, we're going to evolve into primal killers as Rasmus is taken out. Dropletto no longer on the field. Now power play for the side of the Monarchs down to Soren. Uses the blink, not playing into their team very well. They just have differing ideas of what they want to accomplish. Fool down, beating Dropletto with the primary down through the center. The power play has been defeated. Moffin does have the flip. The card box, no longer injured, does use the heal. Gets all of their HP back, and the Fool is going to lose a barrier there. Dropped Soren. The core is red in his hands. Flip out of named Chaotic is not going to find anything just yet. Card box is low. Might be taken out. Is taken out. Moffin Kui, though. Eyes might have been elsewhere, or just Soren's idea was that good, but it is going to go over to the Bite Breakers here. The Monarchs. Set number 1.
Yeah, when your friends are getting beat up right next to you, there's just probably something in Moffin's head going, I gotta save this guy, I gotta save this guy. But unfortunately, sometimes in Omega Strikers, you gotta save the core and sacrifice the guy. So, unfortunately, did not save the core in that situation, and that leads to Bite Breakers taking set 1, which might lead into more situations where you still can't save that guy, but it's even worse because that guy is just going to explode. Imy's getting the heavy impact again. And what we saw last set after Imy got heavy impact is the game devolved into Bite Breakers the gameplay rather than Bite Breakers the Omega Strikers team Omega Strikers gameplay. And it looks like that's going to continue because, again, now does not have the biggest health bar. It's like, yeah, she can heal, but if you coordinate the damage faster than she can use her cooldowns, then you kind of don't have a third player. And with Moffin being in the goal box on the character Kazan with the low health box, with the Pauldrons, that matters less, I think, in this matchup. But, I mean, look at this, like, trying to get the now in this battle of attrition on defense. If you just score the now, it makes scoring the core way easier. So we're going to have to see how that goes. And excellent! Again, the coordination between Name Chaotic and Soren. Just making some surprise plays with the Finny card, I think, to back it up. I mean, that's a lot of hits back to back to back that the enemy's just shocked at when it goes in red core.
I am really worried about the momentum that the Clarion Corp team is able to kind of find, right? This team of Bite Breakers is so powerful at creating momentum and keeping it, right? There's so many core stalls. There's lots of strong abilities from Imy and from Finny to be able to support Zentaro. This is a comp that is just run in general, right? Lore team or not, it is that strong. So I'm really curious to see how this team of ABAB on the Clarion Corp team is going to be able to really beat down this monstrosity of a roster, right? Imy, Zentaro, Finny. What more could you ask for?
I could ask for a nerf to KO, but that's just my opinion. But I mean, why not take advantage of it when you're in a Cannon Team tournament and Bite Breakers is on the table? And that is exactly what the Monarchs is going for. And that was a very good barrier confirm. Moffin's going to have to be very, very tight with these saves because the red core is coming out in this overtime. And Bite Breakers can suddenly jump at you just like that. And it's in.
That was a scary place to be, a hard time to make decisions. Zentaro with flip can really do anything to you at that position. So, props to Moffin for trying to beat him that way. But unfortunately for him, the flip is going to be never mind. It's gone. Don't even have to worry about it. We can pretend that he used it to score. It was all good, and now Mafankui with the core is going to send it to card box. Dropletto going to find both barriers with some greatly placed abilities, really taking advantage of the discord brought about from the respawn, right? Off of the 2v3. There, so many things happen off of that respawn. So often, it is a hard place to be for the team coming out of the power plays. Now Cardbox down to Dropletto, up to Cardbox, not going to find it, is going to find the KO, scoring the Fool instead of the core. That is still something. So now the core goes up, Cardbox with possession has the flip, Dropletto with the hook is going to send it in, had coverage because of the now primary, and that is going to be ABAB on Clarion Corp taking the first point, their first point in this set number 2.
That was a very good defense, actually. They lost the Fool, but they didn't quite lose the point immediately, which is always nice to see. The two forwards held that goal box well together, and they kept the pressure up. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough time they could buy. Absolute cooldowns coming out from Clarion Corp, and their characters are kind of known for just having these really good cooldowns, especially with now famously used to have very oppressive low cooldowns. Infinity, sorry, not that's Pipebreakers. And Kazan with his 2 forms. It's just a lot to deal with. A very defensive turret that I don't think I have seen often from high rank players, but on Sorin, known for the Sorin angle. I guess that's a Sorin turret if there's a Sorin angle.
Sorin turret if there's a Sorin angle, indeed. Primary coming out from Named Chaotic and the passive, not going to find anything off of it. Sorin now with the blink, has the flip, is going to send it with a glitch pop right at Mafankui. The stun, perfect timing, is going to ensure that the goal is secured, and that is going to be Bite Breakers, the team of the Monarchs, taking this next set, and now they are potentially on set point for fighting back against the team of ABAB.
Yeah, ABAB looked extremely oppressive out of the gates in set 1, and a little less heat coming out in set 2 is going just by score, not by gameplay. By gameplay, they're still got it, but they have to finalize another set, not just because it'll be the end of this game, but getting 3-0'd feels really bad when you're playing a best of 3. So they just have to get that mental back, understand exactly the way that they're playing these teams, consider what they're going to ban next game, and Demon Dice is not all offense. There's a lot of defense to be played here too, and looks like Bite Breakers has been playing a lot less defense this set so far.
I mean, I'll be honest, Named Chaotic danced on them. Named Chaotic did some crazy funky core stuff in the bottom there. It was so cool. Got the barriers, mixed everybody up, ended up with a score. What can't this guy do on Zentaro? We have yet to find out, right? As now the hook is going to land onto Named Chaotic. Named Chaotic looking to bite down on Mafankui, but that is going to be the barriers going down for the side of Bite Breakers, the Monarchs, as now the flip comes out. Great angle coming out for Sorin. Second flip comes out, finds the barrier, now open goal on either side, and a great dash, and an ultimate is not going to go in. The KO was not found on Mafankui. That would have secured the goal, and now there's a lot to be said here for this team. They are almost dead, but they are fighting back. ABAB doing everything that they can to get this core to Dropletto, who is fighting for his life right now, dancing around, trying to play a little bit of League of Legends, is going to be tossed around, but not KO'd just yet, has evade to expend when it becomes necessary, and a great primary is going to stun. The Fool for now is healed up by now. Core is going so fast, trying to find a good position. The ultimate from Named Chaotic does come out. Zentaro, slice and dice, great hook into primary, is going to be defended away up to card box, but Named Chaotic is there in the way. Now Mafankui looking for a way to get it directly to his forwards. The Rasmus secondary almost times out, does manage to get it, but the great Ivy turret from Sorin is going to defend things for the moment. These core flips are going to be expended, and in a brief lapse of just momentum, things will slow down and Cardbox will find a goal in the bottom there. Well-placed strike from Cardbox. And now this is ABAB on the board in this set 3.
Excellent play with the nail-biter defense they had to run. Excellent teamwork, just getting that core up, passing, not quite letting the enemy just get away with just dumping damage. They have to score. For a moment, I thought it was almost looking like an ace situation, but alas it wasn't, and they turned a bunch of low health bars into a scoring point, and that is very good, not just because you're scoring a point and the game's win condition isn't KOs, it's scoring points. And the whole thing about that is, like, scoring points also heals your teammates back to full on the next round. I mean, you don't think about it all the time, but it's true. And that saves your energy, and not losing your energy is huge in this game, especially when you need it to evade. So sometimes you need it to score. Sometimes you need to defend. This blue bar on now might be needed to be used here on this open net. Bitebreaker still has 2 barriers. 1 barrier now. The flip taken to take the barrier. Looking like a tough situation. The Dorito being blocked. The dash is not quite there. Ooh, these red cores are going mental. These are people that know the red core tech.
Okay, very nice.
Very nice. Very cheeky. I like it. But Moffin is iron walling until he couldn't.
Nice caster curse, bro. That was
I
crazy.
gave a blessing earlier. I have to give a curse eventually.
I mean, Dame Chaotic does manage to find the goal there. Moffin Kui just not have the abilities to handle that angle, unfortunately, for the side of ABAB. Now Cardbox is being dangerously low. Cardbox trying to find a way to get it out with the help of Dropletto and Moffin Kui. Everyone getting involved there. The full minor strike whiff is actually going to buy some good time for his team to find a way to get damage onto the side of Clarion Corp. Primary does come out. Good primary. Does manage to help out there. But, oh my, I think this is the longest that ABAB has held on to both of their barriers so far in this game. This could be a turning point in the way that they are looking at this map. Now, the secondary from Finny does come out. Is going to hurt more than it's going to help. Now, Dropletto with the hook is going to get it, but it's going to be stuffed away. Now, Cardbox with the core trying to get it to Dropletto. Flip comes out from Nemcalic trying to get that barrier. Does manage to find it, but that is no flip. The tempo lost from that potential play. Now, does use the secondary to get in. Dropletto is really low. This could be an option for the side of Bitebreakers, but a great primary is going to secure it. And now, Flip in front of the net uses it instantly. Soren not needing to use his flip. Strikes it away. A parry. Now, of course, down to Cardbox Moffin. Great primary coming out from Cardbox to stuff Soren's flip. Now that is an equalized energy playing field. The turret does come out. Red core down to Cardbox. Glitch Pop sends it back. Trying to find a way to get this core in a place that Namecount can influence it in his hands now. Moffin Kui does have the flip. Cardbox getting involved, using that speed to cut off Namechaotic's options. Hook from Dropletto to Soren up to the Fool. Now Namechaotic in front of the net forces Moffin Kui's flip, and now this could be the chance that they need to secure this game at number 2. Dropletto, though, does get the core, but the grand finale from Finny is going to be enough to get it off of him. He's looking low, but now with the heal is going to get Dropletto back into the game, but he's just back to the same health bar that he was at before. Strike up to the Fool. Soren and the Fool playing this double goalie so effectively, as Moffin now to Cardbox trying to find a way to get it to him. The passive from Namechaotic not going to be enough. Dropletto is red core and does have flip, does have primary, forces the Fool to use his flip. Now that it's going to be the Zentaro ultimate, taking out Dropletto, and now this is an awful place to be if you are ABAB. Cardbox, though, putting on a masterclass of core possession, sent to Soren, has the flip. Namechaotic in front of the net, has everything that he could possibly want, finds the KO, but not the goal. Now Dropletto is back. Cardbox could be next, and Dropletto with a great hard stun from the Fool. That is going to secure the goal, and that is going to be the side of the Monarchs, taking game number 2, Demon Days.
All right. The Bite Breakers' reign of terror is proven true so far. This is why the teams have been banning it all night. So far, we haven't seen any Bite Breakers lose on stream, I'm pretty sure. And maybe we also haven't seen any until the last 2 games. And maybe this is why. Maybe we're seeing why. I mean, there was a lot of people early on, and I think Nassel commenting about how the Finny character was kind of disgusting and might still be. But I mean, it also might be a little bit of the Zentaro and Aimi, but who am I to make that call, you know?
Who are you indeed?
It's a
Who are you?
well-oiled machine team, I gotta say. All the parts just kind of work together like gears in a well-built machine.
I like well-built machines, Malachi. I like them a lot.
I do too.
So we
You
get
know,
into our next match here. I do believe we are looking at. Let me see.
I believe the last game was Night Market.
Was it Night Market? Ban Psycho, ban Otten, go CDC. DD, ban Oni, ban Lab, go Night Market. Yeah, Night Market game 3. We're going Night Market with. Yeah, Night Market. Everyone
I mean,
agreeing in the chat. Not
name
map
a
flipped,
better-
unfortunately.
No better name a better band than the Monarchs on Night Market.
So how does this work? Do I get to ban a pick or something? Yes, the Fool. Yes. Wait, are they blue side? Weren't they blue side last game?
They were blue last game.
Yeah, so it should be, I don't know. Let me see. You know what? This is your tournament. I'm just gonna keep the people entertained while you figure that out. Is Dropletto? I'm gonna field some, some comments from the general population. Is Dropletto the worst Rasmus to ever exist? This is a good debate. These are things that I've seen talked about in lots of servers on the Discord. Lots of hot discourse surrounding this Dropletto fellow and his affinity for Rasmus. Now, one might say Dropletto hates Rasmus, right? One might say that he loves Rasmus. Who can truly know except for the man himself? That's something that we would have to ask him later on, if such an opportunity presents ourselves. But personally, I like Rasmus. I think he's a cool champion. I like his hook. It has lots of fun uses, right? I do think that his primary is kind of boring, and I think that his secondary is... Oh, honestly, I kind of like his secondary with, like, the core changes that they made, but I think that it's also kind of a, run-of-the-mill ability. You go fast, and you get, like, a little circle strike around you. It's kind of cool, but his hook, that is the, just the cherry on top, beautiful ability. Almost as fun as Juliet's kick to really make things happen with. So, very excited to potentially see Dropletto off of the Rasmus, though. That would be, I could see something a little different. Maybe he can shine a little bit better on a different champion, right? Something that can, well, he still did Dropletto things, right? Let me check the damage charts here. Dropletto, 25... Oh, he didn't get a single KO that game. He didn't get a single KO. Actually, this was a lower KO game that I'm looking at. Only 6 KOs from the winning team with a lot of damage. A lot of damage. But, of course, you have now, right? So you can really just get a lot of healing going. So, they can stack a lot more damage before the KOs happen, so they can continuously keep charging up those damage numbers. So they might be a little inflated because of Now's existence in this game. But, alas, that won't matter much longer, as we are going to be getting into Night Market very soon. I believe we are getting our map, our team ban. No, we're still figuring that out. So anyways, Rasmus and Dropletto, I think I've seen him play it in Nassel a couple times. I don't know, actually I can check, right, how successful Dropletto's Rasmus has been in the Nassel scene, right? We've got the statistics for that. We've got, ways to find out just how Rasmus this Dropletto player is, right? So, you know, it could be, he could be the best Rasmus to have ever touched Nassel, or he could not have even touched it this season. So, who knows? I certainly can figure it out, of course. That's it's the power of our beautiful stats team in the NAS League. They put so much effort and work into making sure that we have access to these stats. It is probably one of the coolest projects that the community has, you know, undertaken. It is so very cool, in my opinion. I am struggling, though, to find this stats page to really give you a better picture of Dropletto on the Rasmus, but, you know, as long as you bear with me, it will be found, right? The Nassel Season 6 stats will be secured, and once that is done, I will be able to tell you all about the Rasmus pick. I believe I have not found it yet, but it will be found, I promise you. We will be able to find this information. It exists, it is out there, and it will be secured. Hopefully before we have figured out our problems in the thread.
I get the feeling that Monarchs will not be allowed to play Monarchs on the night market, it looks like. So, I believe, yeah. I believe,
Actually, you know what? What's happening in this Start GG chat is way more entertaining than figuring out Dropletto's Rasmus win rate in Nassel. Let's see, Dropletto is, let's see, Soren is offering $10 to throw. Actually, $15. He's being offered $10 to stay. $15 in another 20 minutes to pack for Japan. That's very important.
Ooh.
Wait. What do we got?
Ooh, it's Bite Breakers. It's Bite Breakers being played by the Monarchs into Frostfire. So we also got to see if the lore accurate underdog Frostfire win from behind victory passive triggers again this game. So, I mean,
Wow.
I think this will be interesting. I mean, and it's night market. So, I mean, Juliet, Dubu, pretty good on night market. Bite Breakers, I don't know how I've ever classically felt about those characters on night market. I mean, I kind of like personally playing Centauro on that map. I don't play that much midfield IME, so I can't tell you how IME feels on the map. I'm sure it's good.
Which map? Night Market feels
And-
great. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
Imi feels.
Night Market,
I don't
yeah,
think there's
yeah.
a single map that I could like pick Imi on where she doesn't feel great. I think she is the character that can like do anything, anywhere, right? Like
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's definitely true.
her kit
feel like-
is just
Yeah,
overloaded with good tools.
Finny does close the lanes with her secondary pretty well. So I think this will be another heat game. I think we're about to see some good gaming.
We are going to be seeing some good gaming indeed. For all of you who just redeemed fish, I am sorry you've been scammed. You are not getting those 750 points back. That is something that the old Streamrunner Max used to allow us to do, and until we get his fish.text, you can no longer fish on stream. It will be figured out, I promise. Go, Weston! Go! That's 1,500 Sarah points down the drain. Just keep fishing.
The
I
fish
like it.
taxes, the fish taxes at an all-time high. This stream, and as it should be, in Pro League
Find your words,
Stadium.
Malachi.
Pro League Stadium Zero's final game of the night. Whoever wins this is taking it home. This is not a joke. This is the real Grands match. It is 1-1, winner takes all, and goes home $10 richer and with some money to spend in the casino.
Yeah, no, this is the most excited I've heard you all night, and for good reason. I mean, it has just been pointed out that you're absolutely right. Monfin Kui is on the Dubu, the hamster, the boo. He is here, and he is a hamster. Oh my god.
I didn't even
No way.
register that. You're right. Frostfire means that Moffin is most likely playing Dubu, and yeah, they're on the Dubu.
Most likely, he is on the Dubu. There's no most likely about it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I had to think of like when we initially heard that they were drafting this team, I didn't think of it, and yeah, unfortunately, the damage is coming out as you would expect from Bite Breakers. It's just
Fortress.
Moffin probably agreed to this, so I don't think they've been.
Oh, you almost got him.
Swindled or anything like that.
No.
Oh.
The glitch poplar from Sword is going to secure that goal. You know what? Thank you, Moffin. You reignited my passion for this cast that I am on. I am fully attentive to everything. I have soul back. My spirits have been lifted. Dropletto with the core. Not going to find anything. The core's going so fast. Moffin not able to get it. The hamster does roll out. Not going to find a clear just yet. Named Chaotic with an ultimate into passive. Not going to find anything just yet. Dropletto with the punch dash combo. Nothing yet. And this placement from that Cardbox experience from that dash might have stopped some damage or even a KO. He might be in KO City now as he's locked in from the Fortress. Not going to care about this low stagger Estelle with no evade. We're going to let her regain her energy in favor of pressing the advantage, getting that last barrier. Cardbox just taking so much damage. Moffin with a great strike is going to find the clear now through Soren. Dropletto in front of the Fool with the flip, with the punch, with the ultimate. Is using everything. Oh my god, he did everything to that guy. And the Fool could do nothing except let it happen. Dropletto. So cool.
Watching Moffin play this Dubu, it went from this quick and nimble character to this gelatinous giant hamster, right?
Don't call him gelatinous. That's muscle. That is strong hamster.
Yeah, straight. That's what you get when you eat tofu, right? It's just straight muscle. But what I'm witnessing is I'm still seeing a lot of that patience that you see on Moffin. It doesn't matter what character Moffin's gonna pick.
Oh, okay.
But you're also gonna see Aimi. Moffin is this huge target, playing the the Pauldron's Dubu, which means that Cyber Swipe hitbox has a lot chance of just clipping you and hit stunning you while you are trying to defend. So, I'm not. I mean, Pauldron's Dubu I've seen win on this map in NAS leagues, so it's definitely nothing weird. But yeah, it does make your hitbox bigger into Aimi Cyber Swipe, so there's something you have to be ready for. Sometimes you gotta just cash out that energy so the enemy can't score on you.
Oh, so sexy. Did you see that dash kick strike into that barrier? That's what I'm talking. That's why that kick is my favorite ability in the damn game. And that punch is going to secure it. Cardbox with the blink. Just putting a little bit of extra sauce on top of that goal. That is going to be... I mean, my bad. Let me fix this up for you. That is going to be I was so excited about what was going on. Bite Breakers, that is not Clarion Corp. That is the Ember... Not the Ember. That is Frost Damn Fire. On...
Oh, you're talking about...
yeah, there we go.
Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy playing Frostfire at the moment, while Bite Breakers by the Monarchs, and a funny twist, is out here. In a way, you could say that this is Ember Monarchs versus Bite Breakers anyways, just because of their naming scheme. So... this is becoming some lore-accurate Omega Strikers in more ways than one, even if you don't see our friends X, Kai, and Era out here.
They're still represented in name, spirit, and soul by the Fool, Sword, and Name Chaotic on the Monarchs team, but does not matter. No barriers go down yet off this kickoff. I spoke way too gosh dang soon. That is going to be the doubler coming out from Name Chaotic against Moffin Kui. Now, open barrier, as we've said it before, I mean, this guy is just... he performs just as well, if not better, with an open goal. So, I am not afraid of it. It's only if his team manages to trust him with that responsibility will they get where they need to go. Dropletto, of course, in front of the goal, doing score, getting the barrier, Now open barriers on either side. Abilities expended here, there, and everywhere. Flip in front of the net. Not going to use it off of the ultimate. Does have the passive. Get something done. Rolls in front of him, and that is going to be so scary. Tofu Fortress comes out, and that is just like rolling out the red carpet for this Finny ultimate.
Yeah, that trapping the soup in a free finial is really, or sorry, trapping the core behind the soup with the finial is really not where you want to be if you're on the defense. That makes it hard for your allies to save it. That makes it hard for you to save it. And it makes it really easy for the Finny to just send it right in with a good pop of that big finish. And we're seeing just that explosive pressure that we see from this Bite Breakers team. Even if they're not KOing, the sudden presence and mix-ups is sometimes all you need. That is intensely close.
Sometimes that
Pins
is
and needles, as they say.
Indeed, they do say that quite often. Soren and Mafenkui just playing around this Tofu Fortress just a little bit too much with each other. Log does come out, stops the advance from Damn Chaotic. Cardbox trying to find a way to get this drop Leto, but he can do what he does damn best. That is find the barrier, but now a lot of collapsing in front of this net gets it out of the big finish. Great dash from Damn Chaotic is pushed away by the core flip from Mafenkui, forcing that to be expended. Is not going to lose his life for that expenditure, but might lose it soon, but not soon enough, as he does manage to find the score. Name Chaotic bringing his team up 2 points now in this set 2. Frostfire being piloted by Abeb is going to have to find a way to bring it back in this set.
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, the damage is just
worthy
coming out
sacrifice.
now. Just 1, 2, 3, and they're gone. Goodbye, Juliet.
Goodbye, Juliet,
You know,
but goodbye your berries. This is going to be the goal from Cardbox. I see it. I feel it in my beans. Drop Leto back on the field. Cardbox looking dangerously, though, not going to find it. Ultimate coming out, KOs the Finny, and then it's going to be Drop Leto scoring the goal and the goalie.
What I've learned about the Bite Breakers lore is the the Frostfire lore is Frostfire gets behind on a set and then behind in the game and then just fundamentals it out. What can I say?
Fundamental now. Oh my god, he got saved by the Shofu.
Ooh, you know, we forget that Juliet
What a shot.
plus Estelle can rack up stagger damage too. It's not just dash punch. It's not
Estelle's
just the
gross at it,
Quangle.
yeah. She's so good at it.
Yeah, so this might not be a game determined by just dash punches or Quangles or Bite Breakers damage. It can still be determined by good coordination by both teams.
And speaking of good coordination, I think the message was lost a little bit there. I think Moffat stalled for a little bit just so that Cardbox could get the orb, but there was just a little bit too much delay in that situation that allowed for, Dame Chaotic to take advantage of that and, get a lot more damage on the Cardbox. But it does not matter. It has respawned. Drop Leto is now low, but might just be able to pull off a do score command just as easily as if he had a full health bar. He's still alive. Not being KO is going to be KO. Does require Dame Chaotic to use 2 of his abilities. Back in the power play once again. The Monarchs now trying to close out this set. Oh, wow, and that core is just going to bounce around and find the barrier. Core flip comes out from Soren. Core flip comes out from Mafenkui. Name Chaotic with a great dash up is going to stop that. Drop Leto is going to do kill, but it is not enough as Name Chaotic is going to use his passive to send the core down, up back to himself, and score the goal. That is going to be the set taken by the Monarchs.
There might be that might have been the craziest combo of drop Leto, do kill, drop Leto, do score I've seen in a little while, so.
Well, he didn't succeed. It is what it is. But now we are into the draft, of course. Malachi, tell me, do you see anything cool here in this draft?
I mean, we're seeing some sparking start for Juliet. If I was to say anything about comebacks on Frostfire, it's spark of agility into spark of strength. There's not another spark in this pool, so very well could be another spark last game. If Juliet racks up some kills here back to back and gets a lot of XP this set by doing so, we might just see the Bite Breakers underdog canon lore come to fruition, true anime style. And I mean, Bite Breakers piloted by the Monarchs. I mean, it's an uphill battle
That's
that
true.
the audience definitely is interested in seeing the result of, especially because of the boogeyman that this Bite Breakers team has been all night. So we finally saw 3 games in a row when people stopped banning it, and maybe there was a reason.
Maybe there was a reason indeed, but the defense was strong enough to outlast the power play. Now, Dropletto back on the board, ends up getting a power play of their own. Dropletto do kill, activated card box, now trying to find a way to get to the core. Soren popping that turret, not going to find anything but some stalling off of it, but that is all you need when you're in the power play. But card box with a great ultimate is going to find the barrier. Draw name Chaotic using the ult, trying to buy a little bit more time for his team to get into better positions. Dropletto now from card box primary to Moth and Kui now. The triple take does come out. Going to get possession back to Moth and name Chaotic with a dash, trying to find a sneaky way in. Soren popping the glitch pop using the ultimate. Dash from Dropletto, almost enough. That spark of strength putting out a lot of work. Now Cardbox and Dropletto both use their flips at the same time, both very excited to get this goal secured before the set ends, and a great blink from Cardbox at Aerials at the start is going to make all of the difference there. Able to find the goal. Well played.
Name a more iconic duo than open goal past a open field. Estelle do score. I mean, that is as textbook as it gets for this Frostfire team, and that is very nice to have when this meta has been so damage dependent. That like you can still do the really nice setups that are kind of just, yeah, Estelle wins those. Yeah, Juliet just dash punches those, and this orb hopefully gets them some mileage. A very weird roll. Yeah, I saw that. That was weird.
That was awesome. Bro hit the Doobie Roll Drift Hyperdrive mode. Oh, what the fuck?
The Shiggy Wiggy roll. This is a
I'm
new
sorry.
move.
That was my one WTF, by the way, because that guy saved it.
No, it was earned.
No way.
I'll have to say it was earned.
Thank you.
If you're
That
gonna
was
use your
crazy.
PG-13 one, that's the one right there.
What the heck are we watching here, Valakai? Dropletto now trying to get involved with Cardbox. The Funch does find its mark, though. The Fool, Sword, and Name Chaotic all trying to get involved. Great angle off of Name Chaotic's ultimate is going to secure that. The ultimate coming out from Cardbox going to find a way. Does have the flip in front of the net, has to find a way, and a great, whoa, holy moly, that core went faster than I thought it would with the Finny ultimate. That was a little sexy, I'll give it to them. I mean, at that point, after what Moffin did that point, they deserve that one. I'll say it.
Yeah, that's earned. That's earned.
Now it is the
Sometimes
Monarch's
style
turn, yeah.
points is almost the same as earning skill points. I gotta say it. You know, sometimes the styling breaks your opponent's brain, so it does make it easier to skill on them. It's a mind game. Every game is a mind game if you think about it. Every game has some level of mind games in it. And Omega Strikers is no different. You gotta get some conditioning in there. Gotta impress your opponents.
You do indeed. Unfortunately for Moffin, he did not have abilities to do much off of that core flip in front of his last barrier. Soren with a flip is going to try to get involved. Does not have a lot of HP. And a great passive from Name Chaotic. Just a little short, not going to find the goal, but it was a good idea, a good attempt. Soren looking dangerous. The Tofu Fort does come out. This grand finale from Finny might be able to accomplish something. Not going to find it. This waits perfectly. Moth and Kui walked with Name Chaotic just the right amount, struck at just the right time, perfectly patient to stop that goal from going in. Now Cardbox is going to find the barrier off of a little bit of strike miscommunication from the side of the Monarchs. Cardbox now Dropletto, great strike, is going to get it back to Soren, who is looking very killable, does manage to restore enough HP to become unstaggered. Now the core goes too fast. Moffin just not tracking it well enough. His young eyes just weren't operating in fast enough FPS to see that he would need to use his flip if he wanted to catch that core.
That was... I've seen that happen on Night Market time and time and time again. That's not the real Night Market angle people are usually referring to, but it certainly feels like a lot of these red core situations are always that like specific spot that causes it to go to that bottom corner off the top. Because it's almost like...
Oh my god.
we're conditioned by the metal bar in the center of the map that those bounces off the top will be safe, and then they're just not.
Malik, I don't think you know if you noticed or not, but while you were talking about the night market angles, Frostfire just completely annihilated the defenses of Bite Breakers.
It's true. It's true. They're on a tear right now, and that's what you expect. Bite Breakers loses the first set, and then they have their anime intro play, and then they just start winning. And you know what just happened? I don't think it needs to be said, but the spark of focus just hit the Juliet. A third spark has hit the Juliet. I don't want to confirm that this match is over, but it might be looking bad for the Bite Breakers. Just saying it.
It is not looking great, I'll say that much. I mean, that is double scaling also on Cardbox, right? Got the peak performance, got the bulk up. So this is just, it is going to be a fight for survival here if you are Bite Breakers the Monarchs. You've come this far. You've proven that you can do it, but will the Bite Breaker abusers be able to stop the Giga Chad Frostfire believers, right? We will find out. Named Chaotic with a great primary, the triple take coming out from the Fool, is managing to find a way to get this core out of this terrible situation. Dropletto does not have a lot of HP. It's going to be taken out, and that is 3 sparks. Your raid boss is dead, gone off of the field, and now Cardbox is going to try to stall out this core for as long as he can. Moffin does have the log dash coming out from Named Chaotic. That roll flop, that Castellas means that Named Chaotic is out of the play for just a little bit longer than he wants to be. Of course, Soren now with the core used the flip, didn't find anything off of it. The power play is over. Cardbox with a flip of his own, and Named Chaotic now looking very low, does use the ult, has flip, uses it instantly, gets out of there, uses the flip. That was really cool. I liked the idea. Unfortunately, a bit too desperate. Was not going to be able to find anything off of it. The Fool now down to Soren off the flip, up. Now, Named Chaotic's almost back. It does not matter as Dropletto gets the core in his brawler hands and strikes it down. Now this is Frostfire up by 1 in this potential final set.
That's a Dropletto do score that the chat has been talking about for a while. You know, I just, you know, if that's what we gotta say to get some dubs for Frostfire, then let's get our Droplettos do score in the chat. You know, unless you want Bite Breakers to win, then don't do that. But I mean, the dash punch kill there into that pressure on the goal barrier. I mean, name a more iconic character that isn't X on Night Market.
I almost feel bad glazing Frostfire as hard as I have this game, but how can you not when they are playing so very exciting, right? I've been giving Named Chaotic his roses when he deserves it, when he does something cool, and Sword does something cool, but it's just so impossible to not talk about the incredibly cool things that Dropletto and Frostfire are doing right now. Cardbox now trying to get it back to Dropletto, loses a lot of HP in that situation, keeps flashing the diamond emote thinking that he's got a secure, and maybe he's just doing it for mental damage, does find a KO. This is 3 sparks. Julie, you can't be at less than 75% HP or you are a death threat away from dying. Flip coming out from Moffin for Named Chaotic to get his flip on it. Now flip from Cardbox trying to coordinate with Dropletto, and that is going to be a great, final finish from the Fini. A great reaction, but Dropletto just strikes it, was not expecting it to get struck. And that is going to be...
That
go ahead, please.
Is your striker... Sorry, Pro League Stadium #1 team, Frostfire, being played by Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy. And I gotta say, there wasn't much bureaucracy to be had because it was taken down by the Alien Brigade.
Taken down.
I mean, there's no Jakar on that team. I think Juno's a canon alien too, but that's not a team that has both of them, so.
I mean, they
can't really Alien Brigade
hamster,
and lore. So. Oh, I think he's terrestrial.
That is going to be the Pro League Stadium #0 coming to a exciting close, of course. You know, this team of the Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy was pushed into the losers bracket from this team of the Monarchs, and they really showed us that they had something to prove out there on the field. Of course, you know, we came through losers, beating the Fishing Fishers, and then we conquered the Monarchs. So, well played to ABAB. Enjoy your reward. You get 20 minutes of access to Malachi's credit card. Please enjoy and spend responsibly. He has a
Yippee!
$2,000 credit limit, so you can buy some good stuff with that. So, good luck. He does have a mortgage. Keep that in mind, so make sure that he can't pay it this month. So,
No,
thank
please.
you. GG's to you all. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching. Hopefully we'll be back here for a less scuffed number 1, of course. So, thanks for
As usual,
sticking around.
our number zeros stay scuffed, but hopefully they stay fun, and that's half the battle. So,
That's all that I care
yeah,
about.
thanks for coming, everybody. Thanks for playing, most importantly, and thanks for watching.
And with that, good night. Rest well, and we'll see ya next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.